spray. Then we start with our first. Yes, great. Now everybody knows it's being recorded. We start with our first session, having on the side of me Laura as GFLI manager, on the other side Koen Deconinck and Stefaan van Dyck as chair of GFLI and working at Chemin. What we're gonna do is we give an introduction about GFLI, OECD, and the work it's all been doing. So they were we're trying to get everybody on the same page on the understanding of what we're doing. So that's a decent basis to do the further discussions for today. Laura is going to explain something about GFLI, Koen about OECD, and afterwards Koen is going to start asking questions to both Stefaan and Laura about why we see this collaboration as valuable and why we want to do it more often. Koen, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you, Arjen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Koen Deconinck. I'm an economist here at the OECD in the Trade and Agriculture Directorate. I think many of the people online might have seen me already in some of our previous OECD webinars on the topic of measuring carbon footprints of agri-food products. So great to have you all here today. And I want to talk briefly about why this workshop is so relevant and why animal feed in particular matters for the broader question of measuring environmental footprints of agri-food products. Now, if you're here in this session, that probably means that you've seen a version of this chart before. So this is from a famous study by Joseph Poor and Thomas Nemecek, published in Science in 2018, where they looked at nearly 600 studies on the environmental impacts of food and agricultural products. And based on that analysis, they found that by and large, animal-based products have a higher environmental impact than plant-based ones. And then within the animal-based ones, ruminants, so cows and sheep, tend to have a higher impact than the non-ruminants, so pigs and poultry. So this is now, the study is very detailed, very thorough, and further research is in line with these findings. So this is now relatively well known. But what is less well known, even though it's based on the exact same study and the exact same data, is you can also make this picture, which shows you the variability across producers. So the gray bar shows you the range between the 10% best and worst producers globally, and the white dot shows you the global median carbon footprint. So I'll be talking about carbon footprints, but you can tell similar stories about other environmental impacts as well. And what that tells you is that that range is enormous, right? So the variation that we see is truly huge. And that means that if you just have an average number, it can actually be quite misleading. So ideally, you go beyond the average and you actually get the actual numbers. And we see even within countries that there is enormous variation. So here's a study that looked at carbon footprints of soybeans in Brazil, a topic that people in the feed industry will be familiar with. And you can see that depending on where you source the soybeans from, the carbon footprint can be very different. In this case, largely because of different land use change implications. But it's also true for other countries, other systems, and other reasons. So we see large variation even for the same product in the same country. And what that means is that you actually have three levers to reduce the carbon footprint of food systems. So one is, this is based on the first chart I showed you, people have been saying we should shift to lower emission product categories. So the idea of moving towards a more plant-based diet, for example. And this you can do based on average data. But if you can go beyond average data, it allows you to unlock additional levers. So the second lever there is within each product category, you could switch from producers with a higher carbon footprint or higher impact to ones with a lower impact. So for example, you might still be drinking milk, but you're going to be drinking milk from a producer with lower emissions. And the third lever is if you have the ability to go beyond average, is that you can start to incentivize everyone everywhere to adopt practices and technologies that reduce their emissions, that reduce their carbon footprints. And if you are able to capture that and correctly show that in the carbon footprint calculation, then you will reward those people with lower carbon footprint numbers. And then that information can then flow through the supply chain and then encourages everyone to keep improving that. And that includes switching to lower emission inputs, of course, if you are a livestock producer, for example. So I'll skip this one. Now, it's it's easy to say, oh, we should move beyond average data. We should have the exact numbers. It's easy to say that. It's of course slightly harder to do that in practice. So what would it take to move beyond average as well? You would need to have primary data on what is happening on the farm. You would need to have information on what exactly was happening for feed production, for fertilizer production, for energy production, and then also information for everything else along the supply chain. So that's a pretty bold ask. It's a very ambitious thing to ask. But it is the framing we've adopted in our report, Measuring Carbon Footprints of Agri-Food Products, which came out earlier this year. And we asked ourselves, rather than wondering, is this possible or not, we asked the question differently. We said, if you wanted to do that, what would you need? What would be the building blocks that you would need if you wanted reliable and widespread carbon footprints using as much as possible that primary data? And so based on that, we were able to identify some building blocks. And the basic idea is actually something that was developed by industry and other sectors, is that you can take this huge, complex challenge and you can make it manageable by basically cutting it up into smaller pieces. So imagine if you are able to receive from your supplier reliable cradle-to-gate carbon footprint. So if your supplier can tell you, here's the carbon footprint of everything I am selling you, then all you need to do is quantify your own carbon footprint and add that on top of it. Then you give that to your customer. And so you can build it up all step by step through the supply chain. You can build up that information. So this is an idea that is, for example, now adopted in the chemical industry. So this is how they are calculating carbon footprints. It's also in other sectors being explored. And so we use this as a framing. And then you can identify the 8 building blocks you would need. So first, you would need really good reporting standards and guidelines, because if you want to decentralize that, you need to make sure that everybody is using the same definitions, the same approaches. Obviously, you need up-to-date science-based methods. This seems obvious, but it's important to put it there because there are still some areas where we don't really have good methods or where the methods could be or should be improved. The third element there is that you would need farm-level calculation tools because you would need farm-level data. The fourth one is that you would need databases with secondary data because you will not have primary data right away everywhere. And then you also, of course, need a way to communicate that information along the supply chain. You need a way to ensure the integrity and the quality of the data. You need a way to scale up carbon footprints calculations in a sector that is very fragmented and that has a lot of small producers in it. So that's not easy. And a very important final one is you need to update all of those elements as new scientific insights and new mitigation options and new measurement technologies emerge. And they will hopefully continue to emerge. So that means that we need to think from the beginning how we will continuously update all of this to have continuous improvement. And perhaps surprisingly, one of our findings is that a lot of these building blocks are falling into place. So there's no single country or initiative that has figured everything out. But on all of these things, you can find great examples from all over the world. So individually, each of these issues, there are good examples for that. So it's more a matter of bringing those together and making sure that all of them are aligned and working in tandem. Now, why does animal feed matter in this picture? Well, the first obvious answer is that it's an enormous part of the total environmental footprint. And so if you just look at land use for agriculture, you can see that most of it is actually used for pasture, so grazing. So in that sense, animal feed in that sense is actually most of the land use. But even for the cropland, something like 40% of the cropland is used to produce animal feed. So that means that if you think of all the environmental impacts related to land use, a large part of that is linked to animal feed as well. And then the numbers differ from system to system, from country to country, but you can easily find for poultry or pigs that something like 60, 70% or more of the carbon footprint is driven by the animal feed. In different countries, you can find numbers around 40% for milk, for example. These are numbers from Flanders. And in the United States, there was one study that found that for feedlot cattle, it could be as high as 70%. So even for cattle, which of course in many places would be on grass, but in the cases where it is concentrate feed, you could have a very high share of the total that is driven by animal feed as well. So simply quantitatively, of course, it's a huge deal. But there's more. And this has to do with the fact that animal feed is itself often produced in the agricultural sector. So if you look at the top line there, you could say, well, there's grass and then there's a cow or a sheep that is eating that grass. That's a fairly simple production process. Although even there, that grass may have come at the expense of what used to be forests. So there's a land use change element there. And if the grass, if the grass is not growing enough, people might put fertilizers on it. So those come from an industrial production process, and there's of course emissions associated with that. There's emissions associated with the transport to that. That's still a relatively simple one. You can make it slightly more complicated if you think about mixed feed. So, for example, that would then come from cereal production, which itself again relies on inputs. It could come from fish or marine ingredients. It could include ingredients that have been mined or that were produced synthetically, certain micronutrients and additives. And then all of that, of course, has its own carbon footprints. And all of the processes to combine that have a carbon footprint as well. The transport has a carbon footprint. And then in many cases, you will see that byproducts from livestock production end up again being used as animal feed. So because there's these feedback loops in there, that means that if you get this wrong methodologically, or if you get the numbers wrong, you get almost everything wrong. So animal feed touches on many different aspects of food systems. So properly quantifying that means that you sort of have to figure out how to quantify almost everything else. So if you look at the 8 building blocks and then you reflect on it through the lens of animal feed, what do you find? Well, clearly the reporting standards and the guidelines should be consistent across the ag food supply chain and between the different subsectors of agriculture and food. You have to have science-based methods because if you get feed wrong, you will get a lot of other things wrong as well. You need farm level calculation tools because lots of feed or lots of feed ingredients are produced on farms, and we know that those farms can differ enormously in their own impacts. You need good secondary data because we will often need good secondary data on animal feed for life cycle assessments. You need to communicate data along the supply chain. This is increasingly becoming a trend. Something happened there. This is increasingly becoming a trend. People want to be able to communicate the exact numbers to their customers. So let's move towards a way to do that. You need to ensure the integrity and the quality of your data because garbage in, garbage out. And then you need to scale it up. So how do you make data easily accessible? Especially if you think about a farmer, if you already are asking a farmer to spend time to put in specific numbers for their farm, then they don't want to also have to deal with a lot of headaches to find good animal feed LCA data, carbon footprint data. So you need to find a way to make that easily available in the farm level tools. And of course, you want to keep updating everything, as I said earlier. So if you have a lower impact feed product, how do you then update everything else? So how do you make sure that if somebody develops a lower impact animal feed product, that can be captured by all the other calculations along the supply chain? So feed connects to all of those building blocks. One thing we found in our work is, can you go to the next slide, please? One thing we found in our work, and we've written a paper called Fast and Furious, because we see that there is an enormous amount of energy and enthusiasm to measure environmental impacts of food products. But if you look at this picture, you can easily wonder, wow, it's great that there's all this energy and enthusiasm, but is that actually leading us to collaboration and convergence on something reliable? Or are we just going to see increasing fragmentation where every supermarket has their own way of doing things and their own methods and their own labels and their own way of asking information of different supply chain partners, et cetera, et cetera? So that is something that at the OECD we've been thinking about quite a bit, is how do you reduce that fragmentation? And so we've been quite active in this space. We wrote an academic paper called Fast and Furious. We wrote a piece together with the World Economic Forum. And as I mentioned earlier, we also released a report in February on that. And we keep working on this as well. So for us, this workshop is an important step in better understanding animal feed data and the methodologies behind it, because as I mentioned earlier, it really does connect to everything else that we're doing here. So thank you.
Thank you, Koen. Really interesting to hear what OECD already has been doing on this topic. And I think that my question to Laura would be, how does GFLI relate to the 8 building blocks that Koen introduces? So maybe Laura, the floor is yours for telling something about GFLI.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Koen, for sharing already a very good overview of all the difficulties as we go through LCA and carbon footprinting and how to be transparent. I think these are among all the topics that we within the GFLI has also been discussing a lot. So I'll be sharing a little bit about what GFLI is and what it does and how we're trying to make things work. So we are a nonprofit entity. We've been created in 2019, but we do have roots coming back all the way from 2012 at the first initial research project. So we're running to create a database for emissions on feed. And in 2019, it was made an official nonprofit to encounter all the difficulties that we have and to be strong as in the sector, as animal feed, to say we have this solution, and that's what we're really aiming towards. So our goals are to have a globally accessible, evolving animal feed ingredient lifecycle analysis database. We want to support compliant, but also credible and transparent assessment of animal feed ingredients, so we can calculate with the same figures, we can communicate with the same figures, and in the end, we hope to always continuously improve as research is showing more and more information on how to quantify data or how to quantify certain measurements. That's us as an institute, but of course we also have a database, which I would say is almost like our product, which is used by our members, by non-members as well, where it's all based on a methodology. The FAO LEAP guidelines is a leading document, as well as the PEFCR feed in the European Union. And we're also always looking towards partnerships to make sure that our data is being used, that people are following our methodology, and that we can bring our data much further into the supply chain than we as only a feed sector or as a feed database can do. So I'm going to run through this in 5 aims that we have, or 5 goals that we have. One of them is offering a high quality database, of course, so anyone that can utilize that data, as well as validating the environmental footprints of companies to make sure that our members and any company actually can communicate with their product environmental footprint in a quantified, validated way that's embodied by the feed sector as well. To that sense, we also would like to be acknowledged by within the animal feed sector, which I think is already happening quite a lot, as well as being beyond the animal feed sector, to make sure that if we calculate the figures, it's not just a story for us as feed sector to communicate with, but also for retailers to consider implementing. So we're not working with different methodologies, different data, and different regulations. And it also comes back to the second point the next point that we have, and that's to comply with the national regulatory developments that are happening. We see a lot of them happening these days, but also voluntary schemes such as the Science-Based Target Initiative. And I've also seen it more and more with certifications. So in the end, we also must be part of those developments and making sure that every country, as we are a global institute, that every country and every company in each country can comply with their own national developments as well, while still supporting the global metrics. And lastly, we hope that all of this forms the basis for a supply-wide alignment. So diving a little bit deeper into these topics. So what is the GFLI database? We now have over 1,800 ingredients. As I already said before, we follow the LEAP and the PEFCR. We also have a data quality rating. We use all 3 allocation methods, which is usually a bit of a discussion about should you use economic at mass allocation. But so that's why we're currently offering it both still. Our database is in ton of fresh weight, and we also offer it in 3 formats. So most people are using the impact assessments, which is basically the emissions per ton of ingredients. But we also have the more LCA-related formats, so people can actually work with the data behind that as well. And how do we see this being used? I mean, we're going to hear that today with all the presentations of our members who are utilizing the data and transforming it. But as we see it, that most of our members and feed companies, they're leveraging the GFLI data to be used as an environmental parameter in a feed formulation software tool. So that's it creates another parameter to consider, since most feed companies work on a basis of cost, nutrition for the animal, or optimal nutrition. And now you can also consider the environmental aspect of this. And that in that sense, it can also be used to deliver sustainability reports, to innovate, and to comply with regulatory regulations. But we also see a second level of users, and that is LCA practitioners and research institutes, and also tool providers. So they are actually using the different format of the GFLI database to create LCA studies, to create tools to be used further down the chain, but also within the animal feed sector. And in this sense, you can really bring the data to another level to identify opportunities for impact reduction and doing a scenario analysis. So that's great. And we do that through a licensing system. I'm only sharing this slide just so you know how it works. So we have individual users that have a commercial license that utilize it within their company, but we also have developer license. So that's when it's being put into a tool. And we also have a research license for academic and research purposes, of course. And you'll hear more about the developer licenses or about the tools that are being out there in the future sessions. Sometimes it clicks very well, and sometimes it doesn't. Can you press? Yeah. Oh, it's on that. All right. Another one that we have is about the branded data. So that's to validate environmental footprints. So in 2022, we started a pilot for this branded data because we saw there's a much bigger need for primary data, and it develops further and further that we need to account for it in some way. And this was our first step with this, and we are continuously trying to improve it to make sure that we can give our members what they need, but non-members can also participate in this. So why do we have branded data? It's pretty much to show as much primary data within your own development as possible. It already moved back, but that's okay. So one of those things is to really track the insights of your products to make sure that you can actually do this scenario analysis that I mentioned before to make sure that over the years your product can actually reduce in environmental footprints by choices that you can make within your supply chain. And I think it's a nice way to get in contact with your supply chain and to understand where your products are coming from. So in that sense, it does improve also the representativeness of the data that you're using, and you can really make a change by having all this communication in that sense as well. Maybe a little bit about how we're seeing it develop. So we do have some IT-related or tech-related solutions, which is really great, as we understand that we as an institute, we don't really have the IT and tech solutions yet to provide something for our members that's very easy to use. I mean, that's what we're all looking for. We want to make things easier. Luckily, we now have a data in generator tool is being made, which makes it easier to quantify data by collecting the activity data and modeling it automatically. And that's right now for the marine ingredients. And that's also thanks to co-funding. So that's much appreciated. And of course, after the marine generator tool, which also means it's going to be marine PEFCR compliant as well as GFLI compliant, we also want to extend it towards all other ingredients that can be used for feed. So think about cultivation, feed additives, any type of processed ingredients. As well as we're working on an IT framework to host a database, which makes it hopefully easier to do the licensing and get access to data faster and maybe become more dynamic with the database on what you really need as a user to utilize it. And yeah, there's that. So lots of fun stuff are happening. We go to the next part, and that's about acknowledgements. Currently, we have 47 members. And maybe after today, we get a little bit more if people like the story that we're telling. And we currently, this one's already outdated. So we have over 800 data users. So that includes those individual users I mentioned before about the commercial licenses, but mainly the biggest bulk of users are actually through these developer licenses, so through the tools. And these are different tools like LCA creation tools, on-farm tools, but also feed formulation tools. A lot of tools. The next part, what I mentioned about the national regulatory development. So this is more about what we're working on right now. So the Science-Based Targets Initiative is relevant for the feed sector due to the forest and land agricultural guidance. So we are working towards getting the database also compliant with SBTi flag, which makes it a lot easier to do your corporate targets to reduce emissions through the SBTi, if you're following this. And I think what I've already heard is that our major feed members, our feed company members are already setting targets for this. So we want to help in that sense as well. what we also see is that there's a lot of research going on how to increase the granularity of data, and that's called higher tier approaches or higher tier modeling. We also want to support that by accepting what's happening on a national level through the national inventory reports, to still make sure that we are standardized, even though in a country you might not have that standardization, or between countries there might be a different standard, because that's also dependent on what is relevant in your country, what's the biggest concerns on an environmental footprint that your country has, like water use or in the Netherlands, nitrogen and such things. Luckily, we're also involved with a lot of the OECD development. So I think the report that you mentioned is already a very good groundwork on how we should comply on a supply-wide basis. So luckily, through this seminar, we can learn more about this and also continue to work together to make sure that we are always compliant, transparent, and the best version that we can be. And lastly, we're also listed on the PACT framework, which is something that I share as an example of the collaboration that we have. So the PACT methodology is pretty much a way of exchanging data, and it's a solution to communicate this product's carbon footprints in the supply chain. And so GFLI wants to be participating in that sense as well. So we're listed on their website as compliant with this. Of course, there is always some items that we still need to work on to be compliant again, because it's always a question about being compliant, getting compliant. But we are working on this, and it's mainly relevant also for branded data, as it really talks about primary data exchange. So it's also for us to show that people that are working on branded data or companies that are calculating their own environmental footprints, that they can use this PACT methodology if they are on the database, or if they can say that they are GFLI compliant. I think you can also work with this. Well, I think that's one of the last slides. So I think hopefully with everything that I shared here, you can hear that we're very enthusiastic to form this basis for a supply-wide alignment. We want to make sure that we have a strong basis for the utilization of the database, to make sure that the compliance can be as broad as possible, so that you can always use it on your national, on national regulations on top of it. And we're continuously trying to form contacts and partnerships in order to find relevant organizations to make sure our methodology upholds. And we always encourage people to reach out to us if you find ways how we can collaborate, because we surely want to avoid that people have to do things over and have to recalculate their environmental footprints to comply with different organizations and such. So definitely get us in touch with the relevant people if you know them, and we're happy to have this conversation. Oh, sorry, that was the last slide already. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Koen, before you start interviewing Stefaan as chair of GFLI and Laura as manager of GFLI, I can imagine there are a lot of questions. So this interview, I'm looking forward to it. But my first reaction would be that hearing Laura say that GFLI is a sector initiative. Frankly, it has the support of the sector. We have seen a lot of users as well. But how does this relate to OECD collaborating with like a sector initiative? Is that like extra valuable, or what? Would you take that into account with the interview as well?
Thanks, Arjen. It's incredibly valuable for us to be in touch with industry initiatives for several reasons. So one is, of course, that people in the business are usually the ones who best understand what is possible and what is not possible. But another element there is that if you start talking about this idea of measuring carbon footprints or other environmental impacts, and especially in the ambitious framing that I've shown you, I think for a lot of people, the first reaction is that, well, this is science fiction, right? This is a crazy amount of data and methodological issues you need to resolve. And so it can sound like science fiction if you're not aware of what is actually happening already on the ground. And then the reason that I developed such an ambitious framing is actually in part because I was talking to people in the industry, in multiple sectors, who were telling me that, no, this is actually what we are doing. This is where the direction in which we see things evolving. And so we saw it in different stages of the supply chain in agriculture. So, for example, we have people here from the fertilizer industry as well. They have similar things going on there. We also saw it in other supply chains in completely different sectors. So that is one reason why it's so incredibly important to be talking to people in the industry, because then you get a better sense of what is actually feasible and of the kind of momentum that things have.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, lovely to be part of the OECD work as well, and I think that it's now, well, I think it's set now for Stefaan and Laura to start being interviewed, and maybe Stefaan, just a brief introduction of yourself, and then Koen can kick it off.
So my name is Stefaan van Dyck. Sorry, closer. Yeah. So my name is Stefaan van Dyck. Professionally, I'm active in Kemin, where I support our global agri-food businesses worldwide. Going into my 25th year now. Kemin is a family-owned business, and I will expand a little bit on that when we talk about sustainability and how that matters. And currently also the chair of GFLI.
Great to have you here, Stefaan. Yes, so I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to ask a few questions to Laura and Stefaan. So people who have been in previous webinars, you might know that I enjoy doing that, and I enjoy questioning the speaker. So I insisted on having the same privilege today. So maybe Stefaan, I'm just going to start with the first question for you. So as you mentioned, you've been in the business for almost 25 years now. So you're a bit of a veteran of the animal feed industry, and you're also active as the chairman of GFLI. And so could you tell me a bit about your motivation for being so active on this topic?
I just referenced the family-owned company. I think here it comes back. So I'm not saying this is not valid for other companies, but very specific for a family-owned company. We don't think of the next quarterly results. We think on generation to generation. So we now have our second generation of the family running the business, third generation that ended, and fourth generation that is being born. So that translates also into the vision of the company, which says that we will transform the quality of life of people in a sustainable way. So that is a starting point. It is ingrained in what we do and how we think. Then translating that commercially also means that when you want to transform lives and when you want to do it sustainably, you need to be able to quantify both. What does transformation mean, and how do you report that or communicate that? And okay, then also your sustainability piece probably needs to be quantifiable, and that's how it started. So we changed our vision after we reached our first vision a few years ago, and then sustainability became very, very, very prominent. So we said, okay, now we need to work on this, have KPIs, work on products that also contribute to that vision, which means you need to start making, let's say, public communication and claims. And then, of course, we all know the term of greenwashing. And we're also very scientific based. So we're like, okay, we should be very careful on what we measure and what we calculate, that it is the right way to do it, and that it is according to what is acceptable, so that we can really stand behind that. So that was a start for us. We were thinking already about sustainability, but to make it very concrete, then you need to find out, do we have the right resources to do that and the right knowledge? And that's a few years ago already. And as things develop, we say, okay, no, we are not skilled enough in this field. And then it's also the motivation of the company to say, okay, how do you let's say get better informed? We got in touch with GFLI doing our research. We thought, okay, this let's say fits very well with what we're looking for, being very, very independent, industry focused also. So it's okay, that is fine. And then it is also, I think, quite usual in our company to say, if you have that interest, then you also need to be actively engaged. So the first step was that one of our team members became active in the TMC, so the Technical Management Committee, which is very practical on how to calculate and certain new insights which appear, and what do we do with that? How do we handle that? And then that colleague, when I got to know better, also said, okay, by the way, there's also a board of GFLI, and that's how I got involved, to really know what is happening, to learn and to contribute. So that's the background.
Great. Thank you for that, Stefaan. So Laura, maybe something else I wanted to check with you is it's always useful for people to have a sense of exactly how widespread or how comprehensive these different initiatives are. So you mentioned earlier the database that you have at GFLI. So I was just curious if you could say a little bit more about what exactly is in there. So what kinds of products would people find in there? What kinds of geographies are you covering? How broad is it exactly?
Yeah, thank you. We have now over 1,800 data sets. So what you can see is so far still a lot of cultivated or processed ingredients such as barley, wheat, grain. So kind of the baseline for your products. What we see is that we do have a lot of data sets still from mainly Europe. We also have some data sets from the US that are being updated right now when it comes to soy, sorghum, corn. We're currently still working on getting actual feed additives in there. And other than that, we know we've also had projects running for animal processed ingredients, such as rendered products. And also, yeah, I would say, yeah, quite a lot. So I think someone once did an analysis on it, and depending on, of course, the region where you live, but I think this one was on the Dutch basis that for a certain animal species, for chickens, for example, I think you have 80% covered or 80 to 90% covered for chickens, and for cows, if you exclude roughages, which is also what we're now aiming to get included, since we recently updated our methodology to include silages, roughages, and grass-based products as well. They are, if you exclude that, I think they're on 95%. It was on a Dutch example, but I think there are certainly certain regions where we really should focus on to get more data, like South America. I know we had a lot of interest for the seminar also from Australia. I've had some people reach out. So I think there's also interest there to get more relevant data as well.
And yet to follow up on that, so where does that data come from actually? You go out and search for it yourselves, or people bring it to you? How does that work?
Right now, because we're quite a small institute actually, so we don't really have specific budgets to gather and model data. So right now it's really on the efforts of the associations that have reached out to us to say like, oh, this is what we want to do. So a lot of the data from currently is still mainly based on statistical data, which is it's a good benchmark average, but we really want to get sectoral data to really show what the sector is doing. So we're getting more and more interest from associations to actually participate in these data sets, and we hope to help them develop their data as well. So we're trying to at least give some advice. We have an LCA consultant that works part-time for GFLI, so we're trying to engage them with him as well, so we can give them as much support as we can, despite the still limited budget that we have.
Yeah, Stefaan, so Laura just mentioned that there's several associations, I think 47 members, many of them associations of companies. So GFLI is really an initiative carried by industry. So to put it bluntly, why should anybody believe your numbers?
Yeah. That's a question we get asked, I think, more often also. There's a lot of checks and balances. I think that is the main answer. It is not a standard that GFLI invented or that the industry invented. Let's say our work is based, and how we develop the standards is based on EU PEF and UN LEAP. So this does not come just from the industry. It is carried much broader. Then you can say, okay, what else is there? Because you can say you do that, but is it self-controlled? There's also a scientific advisory board that we work with, which also meets on a regular basis and has scientific oversight and gives also recommendations there. So that's one of the checks and balances. And then there's always still in the entire process internal and external review. So whomever works on getting data into the system, there's the internal review, and then there's still the external review, which are, let's say, various partners who can do that, external partners who do that external review, and also need to protect their credibility, because they're not only doing this for GFLI, they also do for other quality standards, which they do that review. So I think that those three elements, I think, the required checks and balances to say that it is truly scientific based and independent data.
So, Laura, you mentioned efforts to improve the quality of the information by, I think you said, well, a lot of the information initially is statistical data, and then you're moving to, I think you called it sectoral numbers, so that I think that would then be based on numbers that sort of represent what happens in a country as a whole. And I think in your presentation, you also mentioned branded data. So could you tell us a bit about that progression from statistics to sectoral to branded data? What does that mean? Why is that important, and how are you doing that?
Yeah, I think from what we've seen when GFLI was still a research project in 2012, I think the statistical, there wasn't any data. And that's still something that we hear a lot for branded data, is that we expect them to have almost full accountability for their supply chains, for all the products they purchase, and then also process. And I think that's one of the difficulties, that for a lot of the smaller items that you put into your product, or the processing steps that you have, don't always have a number already attached to it when it comes to calculations, or when it comes to having a good secondary source for it available, because it's about carriers in the feed additives, for example. It's a small particle, but if you want to be fully embracing LCA, then technically you should also add this towards this. So I think there's so much more granularity towards it, that when I started in 2020, people were fine using this, the data that was available. But now you really see a push towards, okay, companies need to report, at least within Europe, you have the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. So they already have the urge to collect data. And then, of course, they also want to have it validated to make sure that it means something. And I think that's the push that we'll continue to see for the coming years. And I think in the end, the goal is, of course, to have only primary data. I think that's where we're moving towards. So GFLI wants to be part of that. And we hope to offer that with branded data, and with our data in generator tool. I think we're also allowing it to become easier, which hopefully also reduces the cost, because in the end, sustainability is a cost. And right now, not everyone, or it's not always an economic benefit of it is not yet seen. So that makes it difficult for people to really invest in all the processes to become more sustainable, or to create a better environmental footprint for their products.
Very interesting. So Laura mentioned something about the changes that she has seen already since she joined GFLI in 2020. So GFLI itself was created in 2019. So Stefaan, a question for you is, from the industry perspective, how would you describe sort of the before and after? So how would you describe the impact that GFLI has already had in these conversations?
Yeah, it's always difficult to say what is because of GFLI and what is because of the awareness and the activity around sustainability. But I think there's, let's say, when we talk to our members and work with our members, we see absolutely the need, because there's various tools and various databases and how to get information. There is truly a need for that independent source of data. And I think that becomes more apparent. And you see that in our membership numbers, where we were discussing yesterday, because we really want to celebrate our 50th joining of the 50th member, but it took a long time to get to 10 members. And now we see that really accelerating very, very, very fast. So is that because of the awareness? I think the industry gets more aware about sustainability. And at the same time, then also realize, okay, but there's, you also mentioned the complexity, and there's different approaches, and you always still have to make decisions. Not everything is black and white. So companies and all stakeholders are looking, okay, what is now the best way to do that? And then everybody ends up, okay, we want to use data that is as independent as possible. So I think that awareness is growing in the industry, and that's where GFLI also supports. If it's because of GFLI, I don't know, but it's certainly a go-to place for people who look for independent data.
So Laura, you mentioned a bit about how things have changed since 2020 or so, but how do you see this evolving in the future? What are sort of the plans that GFLI has for the next few years?
For us as an institute, as I think this has been the core initiative for us anyway, to make things easier and to really make sure that everyone can participate. I think when GFLI was first originated, of course, getting the initial funding was necessary, so you get more international large feed companies participating. I think in the end, we want to make sure that also the smaller companies are able to participate. And we have, of our 47 members, we have 21 feed associations, and they are also very motivated. So they're talking to their members, and we're trying to find solutions for them as well on an association basis, where they could, for example, provide the database towards all their members through a cost system that makes more sense for their members, and hopefully provide people the figures to use that. As I said before, the data in generator tool is going to be a big changer. We've always had the wish for GFLI to also become more of a stakeholder platform. I think what we're doing here, being in a room together, and I also saw we have 150 people online at the moment, so I think that shows there's so much interest in this. And from the signups that I saw and the people that are here, there are so many relevant people. And I think we have so many experts in this room as well, and probably online as well. Get them together and make them talk about things, and how can we make sure that we can do this together? Because I think those that have signed up and that are here are really showing like, okay, we want to do something about this, and we need to do it in a way that's not too costly for any specific company or organization, but we want everyone to be able to participate. So I think on the following years, I hope we can do this more often and get more connected, and also show retail that we've already been doing a lot. So please don't work on your own figures. We got them already. So
Stefaan, similar question for you. What are the big things that you think GFLI should be tackling next?
I think it's bringing clarity in the complexity there is around anything related to creating KPIs and calculating effects on sustainability. So that is one. First, in GFLI stands for, of course, good quality data, and also the amount of data that we have for our industry. That is, of course, absolutely primordial. Looking in the future, I think the role for GFLI will also be to reduce some of that complexity. That will be by harmonizing a lot of things, of course, but also with the data in tools, data in generation. Are there ways to help and automate that and to make it, let's say, easier for all stakeholders? So that's, I think, a role for the entire, let's say, all stakeholders who are involved in sustainability. We know it's a complex matter, but I think we need to start funneling it a little bit and reducing some of the complexity.
Great. Thank you very much. And I think it's now time for other people to ask some questions as well.
Yeah, Koen, I think that you did a good job asking these questions. And as you said, I think there are a lot of people with questions as well. But maybe just from my side, just a bit of a summarize of this start of this first session. I think that what we heard is the relevance and importance of the 8 building blocks of the OECD work. And I think that with GFLI working on getting data more accessible, getting more granularity on what we provide, and make it easy for the marketplace, I think there's quite an alignment in the needs of at least you as OECD would see. And yeah, I'm looking forward to interact with the people here and online. And Delaney, maybe as moderator of the online version, you can kick off with some questions in the chat. And Koen, you must be here as well for replying on OECD questions.
Thank you, Arjen. Thank you, everybody. We do have some really good questions in the chat. I'm just checking to see. I think here's maybe one about branded data that several people have asked in other forums as well. That someone would like to know what is the difference. Oh, no, sorry. Someone would like to know what are the criteria of robustness to include primary data for emissions factors linked to specific feed ingredients through the branded data project.
Yeah, maybe just a quick answer here would be that we have session 3 really based on branded data, so there might be a lot of answers there as well. But yeah, we have very critical criteria about the quality we ask for branded data that's related to the PEFCR as well. And but I don't want to be taken here no spoilers, and just maybe wait for session 3 and it might be answered. But if not, then we'll come back to it later.
I do have another one here for us. And So how, okay, so I'll read the whole question out. Very good. How are you working to standardize current regional databases? So these are regional databases that are highly reliable, given that they are developed locally, such as agri-balise. Oops, it just lost my chat. Now people are coming in with more questions. Such as agri-balise, which is a very comprehensive and reliable database for the French context, as well as being free for the users. So how should users decide which database to use, considering the representativeness of the data?
Yeah, maybe that's quite an interesting question, because it seems that this person has listened to our board meeting yesterday. Nicola is here as well from Eurofec, and I think that we have the discussion about the possibility to provide Eurofec bulk license, and also discussed the possibility of having that database into GFLI. But maybe Nicola, just jump in here and.
We share this opinion about the agri-balise database, which is quite strong and very robust, but it's specifically on French, and we would be happy to, and we already work to bring it into GFLI database by comparing all the model of calculation for the life cycle analysis, and this is a work in progress. So it's not done yet, but we work to bring those data inside GFLI.
Yeah, it would be definitely great that we could collaborate with Eurofec on getting the agri-balise database GFLI compliant as well. And I think that what Laura also said is that if we're able to connect with more national associations and work on these regional databases, yeah, for sure, that will be definitely something we're interested in. Deline, maybe just here also for the floor here, if you have questions, just flip your nameplate and we'll do some questions here as well. But if not, then you still have some online questions.
There also was, I know Laura mentioned in her presentation how GFLI coordinates with the PACT framework, and there was also a question about, with the different data sources that are available, kind of how the PACT framework helps people to understand which data would be the appropriate data to use, or which how to understand how the differences are between databases.
Yeah, from my understanding, the PACT is kind of they try to create a library with different databases and methodologies for different sectors. So I don't think they have a specific way of working when there are two similar ones. So from what we know is that animal feed is mainly GFLI from so far I know, and I know we're on the website as the only animal feed methodology at this point. So what they're trying to do is have a very broad methodology where you should comply with, and then it's kind of up to your own sector to give more granularity in the methodology. So I think they have like construction on there and other really something non-feed or food related in that sense. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, maybe just to give a bit more context on PACT, because you may have seen it on my PowerPoint slides earlier as well. So the PACT stands for the Partnership for Carbon Transparency. It's an initiative by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD. And so for the people who are familiar with the greenhouse gas protocol, which is the commonly used reporting standards by companies to quantify their greenhouse gas emissions, that's the same. So that's WBCSD is also one of the two partner organizations in that. So it's linked to what they have been doing on the greenhouse gas protocol. And so specifically what they were puzzling about is companies are increasingly asked to report scope 3 emissions, right? So not only your own emissions of your own activities and of the energy that you're buying, which is scope 1 and scope 2, but also of everything upstream and downstream in your supply chain. And so this is, of course, a huge challenge for companies to get that information. And so this is how they came up with this idea that I was showing earlier on the slide, that if suppliers can give you reliable carbon footprint data, then all you need to do to calculate your scope 3 emissions is just add that up. And then if you, in turn, you add your own emissions to that and you give that to your customer, then your customer can just take that data and then the upstream scope 3 part takes care of itself. So that's a very powerful idea. And so as I mentioned, it's cross-sectoral. So they've been working with the automotive industry, with the chemicals industry, and so on. And so, yeah, indeed, as Laura said, so they indeed are trying to also then pinpoint or help people find what are other solutions that are consistent with what they are doing.
All right, thank you, Koen, for adding that. Delaney, still...
Yes. How about a question about the difference between for GFLI database and, for example, the EF database on secondary data for soy, for example? There's a question about, is the GFLI more specific regarding regional origin instead of country origin? There's a couple other sub-questions, but I'll start with that.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not an EF expert, but from my understanding, the EF is a kind of a static database in that sense where once it gets published, it will be valid for 5 years, was my understanding. So I would say we as GFLI, we kind of have the luxury in that sense that we can continuously improve. So I'm not sure in which version of the EF the background data is currently from, but from what we see and what they're developing is that, yeah, there's from their side, it's just not so easy to update this as frequently as, for example, for the GFLI. So I do know we have annual database updates, and we try to have a major database update every 2 years at least. So in that sense, we do have a lot more ways of getting data. And certainly with the sectoral data sets that are coming in, we can create more representativeness by having certainly more newer data and more accurate data, because it's based on primary data from representing companies. And there are some metrics in place to also make sure that if it's based on primary data, that at least should represent the sector. So you have to have a market share of at least 80%, for example, to make sure that the data sets that are coming in are representing the majority of the market in that sense.
Great, thank you. And then there's a bit of a follow-up question, but I think it's getting to, how we go beyond average data. So maybe you can talk a bit about the higher tier methodology and how that's going to play a role.
Yeah, for sure, I can talk about this. Yeah, as we see, I know we have a scientific advisory council that Stefaan had mentioned. So that's an external panel of experts from all over the globe so far, or at least we have like North American researchers on there. Someone from the European Commission is also on there. The FAO LEAP officer is still on there, I believe. So it's really as an external panel where we ask all these kind of questions as well, like how can we make sure that we're doing the right thing. And with a higher tier modeling, you have a lot of discussions because the data will always look differently and it won't be directly comparable. And I think those are some of the major questions that we still have with the higher tier. That's why we're trying to take it a little bit slow to make sure, because research can go a lot quicker. And I know there's a lot of research out there for very specific things like carbon sequestration, that word. But it's also quite difficult to say that on a global level that we can implement it, because once we have it for one data set, for example, you'll see blanks in the other data sets and people are going to ask questions about this, or they think, oh, why is that? It will create more confusion. So with higher tier modeling, we do accept the higher tier approaches from the IPCC and the national inventory reports that are made by governments. And in that sense, yeah, that's kind of, for us, it's also a bit of trial and error to do it on a global scale, because there's not that many organizations that we can look towards and gain this knowledge on how to do this in the right way. So if you have any input on this, more than welcome to reach out. And I think Koen wanted to jump into this as well.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, because what is really interesting is that we're actually dealing with very similar questions right now in our OECD work. So we're looking at how to measure farm level greenhouse gas emissions. What are the different methods and the different tools that people are using? And when you start thinking about that, you run into very similar questions if you want to ask, well, is this comparable? So if New Zealand comes up with what they consider to be the best method of doing things in New Zealand, and Spain comes up with a tool which they consider to be the best way of doing things in Spain, is that somehow comparable? And so one philosophy would be to say, well, you should actually all be using exactly the same method because then it's comparable. But then the counter argument there is if people thought that was the best way of doing it, then they would probably be doing it. So the reason that they're deviating is because they know that, well, this universal method is actually not very accurate for our case. We have more data. We are able to do more advanced modeling. So we can actually get more precision and closer to the real number. So the other philosophy would be to say, just let everybody do what they want. You can also already tell that that's a little bit risky because you might have a bit of a suspicion that if you just let everybody pick the method that they want, then maybe they will pick the method that just happens to give the lowest number. So how do you deal with this suspicion of greenwashing? So you have to find something, I think, that balances those two. So one of the conversations that we're having right now is how do you deal with that? So do you need to find some kind of way where you say, well, we look at each other's methods and we agree that this is the right method for this country and this context, and this is the right method for this other context, so that you end up using different methods, but methods that scientists agree are actually somehow comparable in that sense. And so it's really fascinating that with GFLI, as you're trying to improve your precision, that you actually run into exactly the same structural issue. So that's also one other reason why we're very happy to continue this conversation.
I have just have one more question that about 8 people would like to have an answer to. So I'm getting yelled at in the chat, but oops. Okay, hold on. So it's about the EU deforestation regulation. So we might open it up to others as well who have specific knowledge about that. But the question is, the EU deforestation regulation will enter into force the 1st of January this coming year. Does that mean for the EU market, land use change data will no longer need to be considered in calculations?
Well, to be honest, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Commission, but with having the EUDR in place, I think it makes it for companies, or at least for supply chains, that they must have like the exact information on where they source their product. So in that sense, it would be more easy for companies to show where the products come from. And it also might be something that if you look at segregated form of supply chain, that they have exact information on the carbon footprint as well. But it's not a clear message to say you can exclude land use change, because that really is difficult to say here, because I'm not sure where people source their raw materials from. So if it's from a place where land use change is still in place, then definitely it would be taken into account. So I think it's still very relevant where it's sourced from.
Thanks, Arjen. And I do have another participant online who's also added their comment that from their point of view, not at all. And into the question, she says, since this European regulation prohibits the sale of food products that have contributed to deforestation after 31st December 2020 on the European market, whereas in LCA, we look by convention at land use change, not just at deforestation. For that, so over the last 20 years. So just to follow up with your response.
All right, thank you. Well, time-wise, we come to an end of the first session. And I think that, well, at least we tried to get a certain common ground on GFLI and the OECD and the work it's been doing. And we're now going to service you with a short coffee break. But after that, we're going to the details, being moderated by Koen, refining the data. So maybe this is a warm-up. And then after the short break, 20 minutes, start back at 11. Koen will take you further on refining data. Thank you, Stefaan. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Koen. And thank you online for the questions. And see you back in 20 minutes.
How they are continuously trying to improve that and moving from statistical data to more precise numbers. And so we have an entire session to dig into that a little bit further. So I'm very happy to welcome 3 speakers here who will be talking about how we can actually refine the data. And they will be talking not in theoretical terms, but about actual initiatives that they are already undertaking. So we'll hear from Brett Glencross, who works on marine ingredients. We'll hear from Abby Rinne, who works for the US soybean industry. And we'll hear from Christoph Müller, who works for Donau Soja, so soy as well in the European Union. And so all three have interesting initiatives where they're trying to improve and refine the data, which then enters the GFLI database. So we're going to kick it off with Brett. Brett is the technical director of IFFO. IFFO is the trade organization for marine ingredients. So Brett, you're technical director there, and you'll be discussing all the different products that your members have in their portfolio and the initiatives you're taking to improve the data there, right? Floor.
Okay, thanks, Koen. Do you have the controller? Thank you. Otherwise, I could just point and wave. Okay, right, let's move forward. Where's the reception? Right, so we're going to talk a bit about understanding marine ingredients, but I thought I would start by explaining who IFFO is. IFFO is a trade member organisation. We're completely funded by our members. We've been around for over 60 years, and we cover the marine ingredient industry globally. We account for about 60% of global production, our membership, and about 80% of all trade around the world. And we maintain services for industry on technical aspects, regulatory aspects, and communication and sort of advocacy. But we also maintain a statistics unit that tracks trade as well as market trends and prices. And we provide all that information to our members. We also have recognised observer and contributor status of various European Union and United Nations forums as well. So we're sort of reasonably well connected across a range of platforms. So what are marine ingredients? They, as we say in English, they're a broad church. They cover many things, but principally the two key ones are fish meal and fish oil. Although increasingly we cover things like hydrolysates, as well as basically krill products, and also algal oils are all members of the IFFO family. How they produced? Principally, it's largely derived from fishery or aquaculture production. So you're harvesting a biomass, either from fishing or from aquaculture production. That biomass is either used direct in the case of fishing, but sometimes it is processed for human consumption. But the processing of aquaculture or fish from fisheries for human consumption produces byproduct streams. So at most cases, fish meat yield is about 50%. Sometimes it's a bit higher, up to 60%. So you've got 50 to 40% biomass, which is coming from that yield, which can be repurposed for feed ingredients. Typically, that raw material is then cooked to break the cells apart and separate out the liquids. So you then get basically a compression phase, which follows the cooking phase. You separate out the liquids, which is the water and the oils, from the solids. The solids go one direction, the liquids go another direction. The liquids are then basically decanted to separate out the oils from the water. The water is then basically sent back into the solids and dried to what we call the stick water. And the oils go through a progressive centrifugation process to separate out any residual moisture or solids to actually polish the oil. But all those solids then go back into the meal. It's basically almost like a zero waste system. You are trying to capture everything that you possibly can. The only thing that really emits out into the environment is really water through steam loss. Those products are then basically usually retained on the site of production, where they are then basically delivered to either customers or traders and go to the various markets. And we'll talk about some of those markets later. Globally, there's been quite a bit of an evolution in the sector over the last 20 years in particular, but the 5 years most recent, we've seen quite a bit of a marked development, and that's the increasing reliance on byproduct streams as the resource base. Traditionally, people used to catch whole fish to make meals and oils, and they still do that. About 60%, 60 to 65% of global production of meals is from whole fish, but you can see there around about 35 to 36% is coming from byproduct streams from both aquaculture and fisheries. Fish oil, on the other hand, more than 50% of global fish oil production, those little capsules you see in the pharmacy and supermarket, are now coming from byproducts. That's the main source of that, over 50%. I think it's about 54 as of 2024. And that's a growing trend. It's getting higher and higher year on year. There's a lot of species which go into this mix. We have species which we call forage. They are species which are harvested solely for the rendering process. So things like the anchoveta fish that is caught off the west coast of South America. There's about a 4 million tonne harvest there every year. It's the world's largest single species fishery that is used almost exclusively for fish meal and oil production. There's other species around in Europe. We have the blue whiting, which is the largest single species fishery we have in Europe, also goes in this direction as well. That's usually in the mid-Atlantic to the northwest of Ireland. But there's other species like Manhattan in the Americas and Sprat, which is also in Europe, but also down towards Africa as well. There's also a lot of forage and byproduct species. So these are species which a lot of them are caught for human consumption, things like Chilean jack mackerel, Atlantic mackerel, herring, and European pilchard. But there is also some that are caught for forage. So there's two different types of streams coming in for those sectors. And then there's sectors like on the far right, like skipjack, tuna, Alaskan pollock, and all those aquaculture species you can see. They are only produced for food. But that process produces, we say waste, it's not waste. It's actually revalorized to make it into an animal feed ingredient. So there's different resources that are used and they play different roles in the sector. One of the key things with those small forage species is that they do make up a large proportion of supply. And one of the key things here is that they're generally those species, because they're large single species fisheries and it's an industrialized fishery, they're incredibly heavily regulated. They're probably the best studied, most regulated, observed fisheries in the world. In many cases, this is actually a paper published about 3 years ago by a collection of the world's leading fisheries scientists that sort of say these small pelagic fisheries, these are probably the most sustainable ones we have on the planet, because they're short-lived species, they're high fecundity turnover, they're very heavily regulated. Everything has a VMS, vessel monitoring system, an AIMS, accident intervention system on board. You can see what the boats are 24/7, 365. And they have observers reporting basically what's being landed, where it's being landed, and how it's being landed at all the ports, because they are big fisheries. So the figure on the left there shows you basically, ideally, you're trying to track that yellow line close to 1, because that means your biomass is sitting at the expected biomass for that species. And that's only been achieved because the figure on the right is showing you that we've reduced effort over time. So since the year 2000, a lot of the fishing effort going into managing or working on these fisheries has been reduced to make sure we keep that biomass figure, the one on the left, sitting at or slightly above that line. And that's basically a sustainability indicator for fisheries. You need to have a biomass, maximum sustainable biomass yield above a ratio of 1 to 1. So what we also see is a lot of these fish have different yields. You're not getting the same thing out of every product. Some species like blue whiting, the meal yield's pretty constant, around about 20-22%. Oil yield varies massively. Blue whiting, only about a 2% oil yield. It's not a very good oily species. Atlantic mackerel, on the other hand, you get 20% oil yield out of those. So you're getting an order of magnitude difference in oil yield from those species. So not each species contributes equally in terms of their oil contribution to the story. With those oils, one of the unique things about marine oils is that they're basically the only large-scale source we have of long-chain omega-3s, EPA and DHA, that we know are so good for our health. But this gives you a breakdown, not of the total fish oil, but the total global omega-3 supply. This is the 2025 estimates from one of the world's largest trading houses, Marex. And you can see that most of that oil that is produced, omega-3 oil caught from pelagics, goes direct to human consumption. So most of the anchoveta oil in Peru sold straight to human consumption. There is some that goes to the next biggest paying sector, which is salmon aquaculture. Salmon guys pay premium to get these oils. And then after that, other aquaculture like sea bass and sea bream and shrimp also pay premiums to get this. And then after that, you have pet food, who pays a slightly less premium as well. There's a range of other sources of omega-3 that are going into these different sectors. But you can sort of see that they're by and large, it's the pelagic one, which is the main supply for the omega-3. There's been quite a substantial shift in the way feeds are formulated in aquaculture over the last 20, 30 years. 20, 30 years ago, they used to be mostly based around marine ingredients. And that was probably because they were forgiving. They were easy to formulate with. But then as we went to change, reduce cost, we started bringing in a range of crop ingredients for good reasons. Supply, difficult to scale on marine ingredients when it's a fixed supply base. And more recently, we're sort of seeing some of the other novel ingredients come in, like algal oils and insect proteins and the like. But presently, we're seeing around about a typical salmon diet is around about 20% fish meal and fish oil combined. One of the premises we often face with aquaculture, when I started in this sector about 20, 30 years ago, we were told as aquaculture grows, it's going to lead to the demise of fisheries because we're going to need to harvest more fish to feed aquaculture. But this is the FAO data from last year's Sophia report. And what's good about that is it shows you the booming growth of aquaculture, which supplies more seafood now than wild capture does. But it also shows you that for 30 years, global fisheries have flatlined. They've not collapsed at all. They've maintained that biomass consistently at about 90 million tons since the mid-90s. But you can see on the other side over here, what we've also done during this period is aquaculture has allowed us to take the average per capita consumption globally from 7 kilograms to 21. So we're eating more fish now, 3 times more fish now than we did 30 or 40 years ago. And you can see most of it goes to food. The non-food use, which is that blue line under the graph on the right, peaked at about 30 million tons in the mid-90s. It's now down to less than 20 million tons. And the reason we've managed to maintain marine ingredient production during that period is because we've transitioned from whole fish supply to using byproducts, a circular economy. And the aquaculture sector in particular is acutely aware of the whole carbon footprint story. Many of them are actually presenting this as some of their credentials. In many cases, we're seeing that this is some amongst the lowest carbon footprint meat production out there. So the sector sees it as, well, this is actually a good news story for us. We need to talk about this more. But what it is also aware of is, this is the data from, I'll get to it in a minute, that we need to do this objectively. And this is where the whole story of using an LCA framework to actually look at this is coming into the picture. There's that old adage, if you need to manage something, you need an effective way of measuring it. And LCA, while it has its holes, it's still the best tool we have, I think, for doing this. And it's certainly the most widely accepted and objectively used measurement system. Requires lots of data. It's measuring inputs and outputs and flows and signed environmental costs, but it's not insurmountable. And it assesses not just the carbon footprint story, but a whole range of different environmental impact categories. And that's another aspect we see as a very positive feature to it. From a feed sector perspective, this is actually data from Cargill Aquaculture's See Further report, which is their sustainability report, I think from last year. No, 2022, my mistake. But what it shows is that of the whole aquaculture salmon farming production process, about 2/3 of all the footprint is scope 3 associated with the feed ingredients. You see that on the left there, that circle diagram. The little dark blue bits at the top, that's the marine ingredients. Most of the footprint comes from vegetable proteins and grains. The actual contribution of the aquaculture production process and even sort of the medication and feed conversion are relatively minor contributions to the whole footprint of aquaculture. So one of those things that we're obviously acutely aware of is everything has a footprint. It's not a matter if it has a footprint, it's just how big it is and where that footprint is. So we're all sort of aware now, I think, of the GFLI story and where we are with that. And where we see it as a value in particular is that we already trade marine ingredients based upon their protein value, their omega-3 value, their fat content. But we do that on the accepted standards of how we measure those using ISO or AOAC standard methodologies. So when you have a standardized methodology for measuring something like footprint, that means the value of that information also increases, because now you can trade on that value because we were talking the same language. It also means you can then put that information into the formulation process. So when you formulate a feed, say for salmon, you formulate to certain protein, amino acid, energy, omega-3 targets. But you can now also, and that's based upon you having information on all those targets, all those parameters for each of the ingredients you have in your formulation database or that you have in your feed store. So now for that same information, if you add LCA information, you can formulate to any of those LCA criteria as well. So this is just an example of, say, a salmon formulation. A typical salmon feed has a carbon footprint of about 2,000 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per tonne. And when we start to put downward pressure on that carbon footprint by maintaining the same nutritional content, so same nutritional balance, but we're going to ratchet down that footprint from, say, 2,000 down to 800, what changes is the ingredients that come in and what ingredients drop out. And you get quite a marked shift there. And you can see quite easy to actually decrease your carbon footprint by about a third. And interestingly, Cargill, Skretting, and Biomar, the three major salmon feed companies, have all made statements in the last 3 years, we're going to reduce our footprint by 30%, or one third. Yeah, easy. Only cost them 1.2% to do that. So they can do that very easy. That's why they knew they could do that, because they've already done this sort of modeling before. But what they're also aware of is that primary data from ingredient suppliers is increasingly of value, because the devil's in the detail with this. You can sort of see that some companies, even selling the same product, can have markedly different footprints. And we'll come to that in a second. So about 2022, so 3 years ago now, I approached Delaney and Laura to say, look, IFFO is interested in setting up a data in project with you to transition from being a secondary data-based data system to a primary data system. We like some of the data that's in there, but some of it's way out. We just don't think this is right. So there was a lot of discussion about how we would go about do this. I think I was a bit of a guinea pig in some respects. A lot of it was basically looking at what was existing methodology and then seeing how that translated to the current practices. We had to develop new systems maps because the existing system maps were very simplistic, and then look at what were the key data elements we had to try and track and try and harmonize that across the global industry too. So to make sure that we're comparing the anchoveta producers in Peru with the blue whiting producers in Iceland using the same framework. So we can all say, look, we're all comparing apples against apples here. So that was the data collection template that we collected. We collected lots of data. That's allowed us to do things like attribution analysis of the primary data to work out where the main contribution lines are for each of the different impact categories. This is showing you the carbon footprint attribution on the right, but you can see the other categories we looked at there, like climate change, water loss, land use, and so on, to identify, well, what are the key bits of information which are really important to allow us to do this properly and with some degree of robustness. We were able to find out from that process is that the fishing technology used has a really big impact in the story. So if you're dragging a net along the bottom of the sea, let's say you're chasing Atlantic cod or shrimp, for example, you're basically dragging like an anchor through the water. There's a huge amount of resistance and you're burning a lot of diesel in the engine of the vessel to do that. Okay. If you're dragging a net through the water but not on the bottom, it uses about half that amount of energy than if you're doing a bottom trawl. And if you're using an encircling net like a seine, it's usually about almost 1/3 less again, or 2/3 less again. So you can go from, this examples here, from 4,650 kilograms of CO2 equivalent for a trawl on the bottom per ton of fish caught to 680 kilos for a circling net. Very big impacts, differences in terms of what we see in those different sectors. There's also the partitioning story. Not all fish is basically used whole. The whole fish, you can see, gets split into meal and oil, and we can then also do the attribution on mass and value, and the value changes substantially how that split works. But the split also basically, splits also work depending whether it's a byproduct or not too. That can also make a very big difference in terms of the mass and economic allocations. It's a global industry, as I mentioned before. And with existing the GFLI data version 2, as I said, we see quite a big range in the data values that we've given. But when we compare that with our own data that we've collected against the GFLI data, you can see here I've got basically the average, the weighted average across different companies, but also the minimum and maximum values that we've measured for each of those different species against the existing version 1 and version 2 GFLI data. So some of them are very close to the money, as we'd say. Anchoveta is quite close. Blue whiting is quite close. Sprat is not even in the same ballpark, for example. So summary, marine ingredients are produced from a very diverse range of products and species and regions. The species used has a big impact, as does the methodology used to catch the fish have a big impact. We're seeing an increasing reliance on byproducts. That's creating some complexities with the LCA story, but we've managed to get on top of that. And typically, they're being targeted by those sectors with the most purchasing power: direct human consumption, aqua, pet feeds. Sustainability is very important. We're seeing the independent assessment of the stocks has shown that most of the stocks for small pelagics in particular are very sustainable. But not saying there's not problems with them, but they're certainly more sustainably managed than most other global fisheries. And the increased growth of aquaculture has not impacted global fisheries at all. That's a myth. The footprints of marine ingredients, we see like all parameters, using a common assessment framework increases the value of that information, because we can now share that information with feed companies so they compare other feed ingredients, but also other marine ingredients within that supply. And determining the sustainability footprint of marine ingredients, it's got lots of complexities, but we're making progress. We're identifying which bits of information are the key ones we need to capture and which ones we can start to ignore a bit more. And like everything, we see every ingredient has an impact, but to understand the trade-offs better, we need to understand this information. Over to you, Koen.
Thank you, Brett. I thought personally, I'm not really familiar very much with marine ingredients, so this was a fascinating introduction. I think a very nice illustration of those interactions between different sectors that I was mentioning in my presentation earlier. What we'll do is we'll do the presentations first, and we'll circle back for Q&A for all three of the speakers. So our next speaker is Abby Rinne. Abby is Director of Sustainability for the US Soybean Export Council. Abby?
All right. Not me. That's me. All right. Yes, I represent the U.S. Soybean Export Council, and what we are a trade association that represents everything from inputs in the field to the U.S. soybean producers to the exporters. And our role is to differentiate and create a preference for U.S. soy in the global market while ensuring market access. I did want to start with giving some background on sustainability of U.S. agriculture and some information specifically about soy production in the U.S. This photo is generally what I start all my presentations with, because I think it shows the long history of sustainability in U.S. agriculture. This photo is very specific to U.S. history, so some of you may not be familiar with it. This is a photo of the Dust Bowl. So in the early 1900s, there was a large settlement rush in the U.S., and a large amount of farmers moved to the Great Plains, plowed up grasslands to put in wheat. There had been a number of wet years that were leading into this expansion of cropland, and farmers did not understand the ecology of the grasslands. They deep plowed, they harrowed, they created a really fine seed bed, and then a drought set in, and the result was the Dust Bowl. So that carried that topsoil from the Great Plains 2,700 kilometers plus eastward into New York, DC, into the ocean. And the result of, as unfortunate as the Dust Bowl was, it led to the USDA creating a permanent agency within the USDA, or I should say Congress creating a permanent agency within the USDA that focuses on soil conservation and maintaining our natural resources in the US. The original name was the Soil Conservation Service. It's now known as the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and they still serve the same role, working with U.S. farmers, ranchers, and landowners to preserve our natural resources. The production practices that led to the Dust Bowl have been replaced. Farmers really focus on soil conservation now. There's a better understanding of the importance of soil in production of row crops and agriculture. That deep plowing's been replaced with conservation tillage, no-till, the use of cover crops. You can see this top picture on the left-hand side. We have no-till into cover crops, so really protecting the soil, keeping it in place. The picture on the right-hand side, grassed waterways, protecting for any type of runoff from a field into our waterways. And then the lower left-hand corner is an example of one of the programs that NRCS offers for farmers to participate in this conservation reserve program, and that pays farmers for 10 to 15 years to provide an eco-service, to take land out of production and provide that eco-service of in this case, grass, but in some cases it's trees or whatever may be appropriate for where that farmer operates. U.S. soy statistics. So the background image there on the screen, the green areas is where soy is raised in the U.S. Soy was first introduced in the U.S. in 1851 as a crop. We are number 2 for global soybean production. We were number 1 until around 2017, 2018, which is when Brazil took over that number 1 position as their cropland expanded. Soy is grown on over 270,000 farms in the U.S. 95% of those farms are family farms, which is usually a shock to most folks because there's a reputation in the U.S. of large corporate farms, but they are in fact family farms, many of them multi-generation. So if you go on a farm, you'll see grandparents farming with their grandchildren, and then the generations in between. We have soy on about 10% of our cropland in the U.S., so 33.3 million hectares. We export usually between 50 to 70% of the total production, and that's valued at $31.2 billion. It is our largest agricultural exported commodity, and its total economic impact on the U.S. economy is about $124 billion per year. So it is a major player in our economy in the U.S. and a very important ag product. Where soy is shipped, very small map here. So our top 15 exported markets for U.S. soy complex, so that's whole beans, meal, oil, and anything that you can turn from soy into a product. The number 1 market is China. So if you've heard about the trade relation issues that we have between China and the U.S., and if you can really zoom in on the numbers there, China has a huge customer for U.S. soy, followed second by Mexico, and then third is the EU. So all markets are extremely important to the U.S. soy industry, but China really has been the leader as a customer for many, many years. We started getting questions about the sustainability of U.S. soy about 15 years ago, and those questions started coming to us, particularly because of the expansion of cropland in Brazil, what was occurring there. And so we were getting questions, how soy raised, what laws do we have in the U.S.? And we, like I said, we have a long history that we've learned from. We know the importance of protecting our soils, and really, what goes into creating a sustainable supply of soy. So as we were getting those questions, we recognized there was a need to have a formal response to those questions, and that led to the development of the U.S. Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol. We call it SSAP for short. It is a scheme designed to meet international sourcing requirements. There are 4 directives of it. It is aggregate, so we look at U.S. soy production in total, does not depend upon production practices. It covers conventional and organic. There are third-party audits. Those are conducted by the Natural Resources Conservation Service. There are about 20,000 on-farm audits conducted annually. It includes continuous improvement goals, and it is transferable from that point of export to customers further down the supply chain. The 4 directives of the SSAP, biodiversity and high carbon stock, is the first one. Those are the regulatory obligations to maintain wetlands, grasslands, forests, and protect the biodiversity in the U.S. Production practices, these are on-farm practices that farmers can choose to implement that not only improve their production, but protect their natural resources. Directive 3, public and labor health and welfare. We have a number of laws in the U.S. that protect not only on-farm labor, but also the general public that's not operating on those farms. And then continuous improvement. These are programs that farmers can participate in, particularly through NRCS, as well as training and information sharing and really community involvement that farmers participate in. It's very important when you have a scheme that it has recognition and acceptance by those international guidelines that are in place. The SSAP has been positively benchmarked against FEFAC, soy sourcing guidelines, I think they're on their 3rd edition of their soy sourcing guidelines. So we've been positively benchmarked each time, the most recent in 2023, and we have achieved the designation of deforestation and conversion free. Of gold level equivalency with the farm sustainability assessment, temporary acceptance with QS, part of global GAP and best aquaculture practices, and it's accepted by GMP+. I include this slide just because I think it helps demonstrate how much interest there has become in sourcing sustainable soy and how much attention in the area of sustainability soy has gotten. So the first year of shipments in 2014, we had less than 7,000 metric tons that had a certificate for them. This current year, is that a 46? Yeah, about 46.5 million metric tons. So that's 71% of all the soy that's exported from the US has an SSAP certificate that is accompanying it. We can issue more than that. That's just truly what the market's demanding at this point. Where are those shipments going? So you can see EU and Northeast Asia, which is Japan and South Korea. Usually they will end up, they'll close the year out close to 100% of all the exports from the US going to those markets have an SSAP certificate. China has a large number this year at 72% and Southeast Asia at 87%. When I started in this specific role about 6.5 years ago, there were markets that had zero. It really wasn't of interest to them. But I think as we see the topic of sustainability becoming more important, the interest in selling products into the EU or just into markets where sustainability is a key factor, we see more increases in the requests for these certificates. Looking at adoption by region, and after I put these slides together and then was evaluating them more, I probably should have done this as a percentage, but you can see here we've had a steady increase with the exception of Greater China, which has a sharp increase there. You see a steady increase amongst the regions as they are starting to look at sourcing soy and having verification of the sustainability of it. So getting into the carbon footprint, as we work with customers and they start to look at sustainability, what we've heard is, what's the number? What's the number? What's the impact of the soy I'm purchasing? In 2019, we started working with Blanc Consultants, looking at what's the impact of US soy compared to other sourcing countries. So working with them, we looked at cultivation, transportation, processing, and then land use change. And the data and information that we were able to work with them on allows us to compare sourcing countries and looking at those various impacts that impact the carbon footprint. So here, looking at US compared to Argentina and Brazil, our cultivation practices are pretty similar. We all use conservation tillage, advanced production practices, but where you really see the difference is when it comes to land use change. And so that 20-year horizon looking back for land use change. So we use this information in presentations, information that we share with customers for them to really take a step back and say there are different aspects other than price to look at when sourcing soy. Then as we worked with Blanc and then working in the industry more, we became aware of GFLI and the data that they have. With Blanc, we were using the agri-footprint database as well as some other data that they would pull together. And Blanc's data is part of GFLI. And so we really appreciated the third-party aspect of using GFLI data, their methodologies, FAO and EU methodologies are really important. If you are in an international audience, if you're speaking in, Japan, if you say this is an EU methodology, they say, well, that is that's what we should go with because they know what they're doing in the EU. So we've started working with the GFLI more closely, becoming members, and we started out with a commercial license and then moved into a developer license. The first step that we took let me see my dates here, May of 2023 was publishing a calculator online that allows users to go in, enter how much soy that they've been purchased and get the CO2 equivalent of that soy purchase. As then we worked with GFLI on licensing, and I think Delaney spent a significant amount of time with attorneys. We wanted to be able to provide that number on an SSAP certificate, indicating, for the specific amount of soy that was purchased by a customer, what that carbon footprint was of that specific purchase. In this case, this is an example of an SSAP certificate showing, who the exporter was. If it would be transferred to a customer, it would have their name on it, has the amount of soy they've purchased, and then that carbon footprint included in there. In addition to the data from GFLI, we've included the transportation within the US from the GREET model to include in this data. Currently for 2025, we have 17 exporters that are including this information on SSAP certificates. Those are then going to customers you can see globally in the Americas, Europe, Greater China, and Southeast Asia. And there are 46, I think is what that number says. 46. Is it 46? Great. These new contacts I got are working out well. There are 46 customers globally that are having this data included on their SSAP certificate. And then looking at the certificates, breaking down a little bit more by region, the number of certificates and the volume, the weight. So breaking down in these regions, we have 2,475 certificates on about 16 million metric tons that are being shipped by those exporters. And then for the number of customers, so those are customers that have that certificate in their name saying that they purchased X amount of soy and its carbon footprint, 400 and, is that 15? 19. Jeez, maybe these contacts aren't great. 419 certificates on about 3 million metric tons. So we do see customers that are requesting this information. And when you talk to them, it's a spectrum of why they want this data. One, it could be like, well, we've heard of it, so other people think it's important, so we'd like to have it. We need to just have it here to keep it in our back pocket. Secondly, they may be evaluating internally, looking at what their total number is, looking at how they can make adjustments to their purchasing of various feed or food ingredients. And then the third is that they are getting requests from who they are selling their products to. Specifically, I heard about Nutreco and Unilever they have their own goals. So these companies have to report to them of the carbon footprint data of the soy they are purchasing. So I think that was my last slide. It was. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Abby. I personally thought it was fascinating to see how widespread geographically that the demand for this information has become in just the last few years. That was very interesting. We're going to cross the Atlantic, but we're going to stay with soy. So our next speaker is Christoph Müller. Christoph is the Director for Advocacy and Sustainability at Donau Soja. And Christoph will talk about their efforts to produce more sustainable soy production and also their efforts in increasing the amount of branded data and more precise data. Christoph?
Thank you for this opportunity to talk about what we do at Donau Soja here. I already saw a lot of similarities to the last presentation, so you will find a lot of reoccurring topics. Where do I need to? The big one. So let's dive right into the topic. I will also start with 2 slides about Donau Soja, because from time to time I still meet someone who doesn't know Donau Soja. We are a non-profit organization with the vision of a sustainable, safe, and European protein supply. So like I said, we are an independent non-profit association with the mission to support our members and partners in transforming the European protein system towards a more sustainable system. And this is one of the reasons why we do this branded data process and work on carbon footprints. Our vision is supported by 24 European governments through signing the Donau Soja and Europe Soja declarations. And we have more than 330 members in 33 different countries, mostly in Europe, but also some outside of Europe, with 900 certified partners along the European value chain for soy and more than 9,000 farmers that produce more than 1 million tons of Europe Soja and Donau Soja certified soy per year in the last couple of years. We are supported by the Austrian Development Agency, and our work is across all sectors from plant breeding, agriculture processing, feed and food production, etc. And on the right-hand side, you can see our offices. I work in Vienna, but we also have offices in Serbia, Moldova, and Ukraine. And especially Ukraine is a very important partner for European soy cultivation because they are the biggest European soy producer. So why soy? Why do we work on soy and CO2? Or first, why do we work on soy? In the European Union, we produce only 8% of the soy we need here. That means we import more than 90%. And this high import dependency is a risk for the resilience and autonomy for our food system. So our vision at Donau Soja is to reach a higher self-sufficiency to make our food system more sustainable, resilient, and autonomous. And as soy is often traded as a bulk commodity, we often don't know where it comes from. It's mixed in silos, in ships, etc., and we don't know the associated carbon footprint to it. However, our goal is not to replace all imports, but to reach a higher self-sufficiency rate of about 50%. And to create a level playing fields for imports, because in Europe, we produce to high sustainability requirements already, but often we import soy that is produced to lower sustainability requirements, which is also competition for our EU farmers. And therefore, if we increase the sustainability for our imports, we not only do something good for the environment, but also for our farmers here. And now looking at the soy as animal feed, because most of the soy is used as animal feed, we have already learned that the animal feed in general is a really big part of the carbon footprint of animals. And here we can see the typical carbon footprint of a pig, and the feed is about 50% of it. But if we look closer into the feed part, we can see that, whoops, no, it's one too fast. Can I go back with the red button? Yes. So the largest part of the feed is the protein in the feed. And here it is often the imports from South America. If we replace that soy with certified European soy, for example, we can reduce the carbon footprint of the animal significantly. And if we look at this study from 2011 that already showed back then that there is the potential of reducing the carbon footprint of the whole pig by 50% by changing to certified European soy. So what did we do for this branded data sets? Well, it all starts with our standards, the Donau Soja and Europe Soja standard. They can only apply it in European countries across Europe, and they have certain sustainability requirements such as traceability, segregation, They must be from Europe, non-GM quality, the exclusion of land conversion, but also the reduction of pesticides or other sustainability requirements like crop rotation. And of course, also protection of social rights, worker rights, human rights, etc. But for the carbon footprint, of course, the three requirements that are highlighted, circled in red, are the most important one. And we will go and see that again in the next couple of slides. Why did we decide to do that? Because, like I said, we are a non-profit organization. We have no commercial interest, but we want to support our members and partners with high quality data and to change the narrative around European soy. So with the branded data, we enable our partners to showcase a competitive advantage based on the low CO2 values and to reduce their own carbon footprint as part of their climate strategies for CSRD and SBTi, for example. So what we did, basically, for all the companies using Donau Soja, we were collecting the primary data on the farm level. That means we were collecting primary data from farmers, the pesticides that they were using, fertilizers, the diesel for the tractors, the energy in the different countries, like the energy system. And with that data, also Blanc Sustainability that you heard before created 4 country-specific data sets following the product environmental footprint methodology. This was good for companies using soy from one of these 4 countries, but Donau Soja and Europe Soja are also produced in other countries. But as a small organization, we were not able to do individual country-specific data sets for every country where Donau Soja and Europe Soja are grown. But the soy from these 4 countries reaches about 65% of the total Donau Soja and Europe Soja volumes. And that allowed us to create an average value that can be used for any production country. So you can see it's an average. So some of the countries have a better, some have a lower carbon footprint. But it simplifies the process for companies who want to calculate their own product carbon footprint because the countries where they buy the soy, that can change from year to year. But if they can use the same value for all countries, it gives them some stability. And this is how it looks, and where you can find it. We provide them for free on our website for any company using Donau Soja. They can download it. They can contact us. They're also available as branded data sets in GFLI and agri-food, and LCA tools like Sistel are using the branded values from Donau Soja as well. So I already said it allows companies to show their competitive advantage. And this is, on this slide, you can see how, because there are slight differences between the different countries where Donau Soja is grown. But if you compare it to uncertified soy imports from Brazil, you can see a reduction of about 90% of greenhouse gas emissions. And even if you model like an average European market mix, you can still reduce the carbon emissions by about 50% with Donau Soja and Europe Soja. What else did we do? You have already seen a calculator in the presentation before. We also did a calculator, but this is far away from a professional PCF calculator. It is just there to make this numbers more comprehensible for companies. For example, a company knows you're using 80 tons of soy per year. Then you can type in the 80 tons, and this calculator will show you the greenhouse gas emissions based on imports from Brazil and US, etc. And in contrast, it will show also the greenhouse gas emissions of the Donau Soja and Europe Soja values. And we often hear, these numbers are great, but it's so expensive because the segregation, the additional certification, etc. So often companies prefer offsetting their carbon emissions instead of reducing them in their supply chains. But I was looking into offsetting projects from gold standard and based on Statista data, and compared the costs to actually using Donau Soja and Europe Soja. And it showed that offsetting in these cases is more expensive than actually using certified Donau soya in your supply chains. And additionally, reducing it already in your supply chains allows you to report it for CSRD and SBTI and have actually an influence with your supply chain. Yeah, what else does the branded data allow our companies to do? So if they are working on their climate transition plans for CSRD and SBTI, for example, they have to make a plan how to reduce the greenhouse gases in their supply chains, in their own operations over the next couple of years. So you can say, okay, I'm going to start switching to renewables in one production facility next year, and then in other production facilities in the coming years, etc. And because of the branded data sets, companies know exactly how much the using Donau soya would help to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore you can also use it in your climate transition plans. Now I'm going to present a couple of case studies using Donau soya. What do you do with soybeans? Well, most of it is crushed, and then you get the soy meal. And here, a comparison between two certified Donau soya crushers and European market mix, and it shows that the reduction, like the carbon footprint, is about 80% lower. So that allows crushers to decrease their carbon footprint significantly. The other product, when you crush the soybean, that you get is the soybean oil. And here you have a similar picture. It shows you a reduction of about 90% compared to uncertified imports, and still 80% reduction compared to a typical European market mix. But what do you do with the soybean meal? Like, most of it is used for animal feed, and I'm not going to go through all of the studies that have been conducted with Donau soya, but on average, you can see, especially like it was especially for eggs and for pigs, on average, you can reduce the carbon footprint of the animal product by 30 to 40% only by changing one thing in the supply chain. Yes, so my summary from this presentation: the branded data sets are according to the PEF methodology and validated by GFLI. That means they are reliable and a science-based foundation for your climate strategies. And therefore they allow companies to have supply chain specific data based on primary data of the field without having to go to the field level themselves, because this is a lot of work. It takes long. It is a lot of effort to get the data from the farmers. And all this is done as part of the branded data process. That means it's a significant workload reduction for companies, while at the same time allows them to demonstrate a competitive advantage. So it's basically a ready-to-use carbon reduction tools that also supports compliance with SBTI, CSRD, CSTTT, etc. But as I said before, the carbon part is just one part of the puzzle why we do it. The bigger picture is it's about sustainability, autonomy, and the resilience of our food system. And what comes next? So we are planning farm projects with regenerative agriculture and biodiversity protection measures, and thinking about accompanying them to also calculate the carbon footprint of the soy that comes from this project to show further reduction for companies that are willing to invest. We are in discussions with GFLI on a potential template for PCFs for the soybean processors, because the branded data is on soybean level. So the next step, like I said, is the soybean meal, and how to get more and good quality data from the next of the step of the supply chain is the next important step. And we have an end-to-end software solution for the deforestation regulation that is meant to collect primary data, or like farm level data from farms. And we think about developing that further towards a farm data management tool that allows us, or allows farmers, to provide up-to-date CO2 data every year. And that's it.
Thank you, Christoph, Abby, and Brett, for those three presentations. Christoph, in your presentation, I was especially struck at how we've heard from two different soy-producing regions who are both trying to quantify those carbon footprints, despite having very different models, obviously. So it's really interesting to see that it doesn't really depend on having a single model. There's actually things you can do that are tailored to your local context. We have roughly half an hour for Q&A, which I think is great. I'm just going to look at Delaney first. Are there any questions online already?
Yeah, thank you very much. We do have a question for Abby. Was asking, how is EUDR going to affect the SSAP certification? For example, will the data get even better due to increased transparency of supply chain?
People are really on this EUDR thing. Man, it seems like it must be coming up soon. So certification doesn't satisfy all of the requirements of EUDR. So I think that's really important to note. In any case of any soy certification, it won't satisfy all the requirements of EUDR. They're specifically related to EUDR for SSAP. It meets legality requirements that are part of the regulation. But as far as for U.S. soy, it will be up to the individual exporters to provide the required due diligence for it. But there are some tools available for them. But no certification is going to check that box.
Thank you very much, Abby. Now there's a question for Christoph. Can you tell how big the average market share of Donau soy is in Europe?
Yeah, sure. So we reach about 10% of the total soy that is produced in Europe with our certification.
Thank you, Christoph. There's a question for Brett about global fisheries. You mentioned that they have not collapsed. There's a question about whether if their returns have stagnated despite the increase in fishery efforts. So there's just a question about.
I mean, we can certainly see globally that there's no increase in fishery catch yield. And there's not increases in effort. In fact, the effort's been decreased, certainly in most developed parts of the world where there's less people fishing for the same return. That's been a key part of that, to buy back fishing licenses and buy out fishing vessels to actually reduce that effort. That's how we've managed to maintain that biomass at where it is.
Great, thanks for that. We have a question by Abby.
I have a question for Christoph. In your data, you had done analysis by the different countries, and then you had a total average. Do you ever find that you have people that are looking that then try to request from that specific country because of that lower impact?
Partly, but in general, we see a dip in the interest of this of PCFs in general because of the whole omnibus process. So there was like the last 2 or 3 years, it was like a growing demand, and companies really wanted to get the good data, their own data. But now with this unclarity about the omnibus, what do companies really have to report on, etc. I think at the moment companies just waiting before they start again, hopefully soon, and then yeah.
So I actually had a follow-up question on that because I had written down something similar here, which was, Abby, when you were describing the US approach, you emphasized that it's an aggregate number, right? And so when we had a conversation previously, you also said, well, all of it goes into one big boat, it goes into the same silos. It's really not that easy to track where stuff comes from and where it ends up. So you end up with a single number for all of the US, that's right?
Yeah, we do use an aggregate number for the total US. The there are a lot of efficiencies in how soy moves unless you are doing a identity preserved soy, which is, put on a cargo and transported that way. But a lot of the soy is mixed. It's put into the same silos. It's loaded on barges. It goes down the river. It's unloaded, reloaded. So we do use an aggregate total number for the U.S. We've talked about, looking at regional numbers as looking at draw areas of, things that come down the Mississippi versus things that go out the PNW, but that's not something we've gotten to yet.
So, Christoph, I understood that the approach at Donau Soja is actually quite different, that you are actually able to get much more traceability. How does that work, and why is that the case?
Yes, that's because of our standard that was from the beginning a non-GM standard, meaning it needs to get segregated along the supply chain. Therefore, we have a IT traceability system, and companies that are trading, buying, selling the Donau Soja certified soy have to keep it segregated. However, for Europe Soya, we have both models. We have a controlled quantity equivalence model and a segregated model. But if you want to have the pure CO2 data, you have to go for the segregated model. But this is also one of the reasons why yesterday I said that I think guidance on mass balance models for carbon footprints is also important, because most of the soy is really just like you said, it's mixed in silos, in ships, in etc. So if you're not having this segregated supply chain model that is guaranteed by a certification, by only the strict certifications require that, then you need to find a mass balance, like a way to include for mass balance.
Actually, I had a similar question for Brett, because you mentioned that there's a growing demand or a growing value of having primary data. And then to me, that also suggests that then you need a high degree of traceability as well. So how difficult or how easy is that in your sector to get that primary data, then to have that traceability?
Getting the primary data, it's, I think, probably easy for the companies, but it's not. It's a simple process, but not an easy process. There's lots of bouts of the company to trace information through to get it, particularly because in many cases, and Norway is a good example of that, the fish processors in Norway are not allowed to own vessels or quota. So they have to be separate companies. So you're buying off a separate company. So to get information about tons landed per fuel use is more challenging. It's not that you can't do it. It's just there's more layers in that chain. So typically we see from, say, the beginning through to the end, it can be sometimes 6 different systems involved. And you've got to track the flows, the petitioning at each system, as well as all the inputs at each system. There is certainly value in it, and in the marketplace now, data resources like oil and meal that come with data are attracting a premium value. So we see meals and oils that have certification. They're Marin Trust certified, Marine Stewardship Council certified. They have a very, very significant healthy premium. Some cases, thousands of euros per tonne premium. Similarly, we see the same thing with life cycle assessment data. If that data comes with the material, it adds value to the process.
So something that I've been wondering about is, to what extent can you reduce costs of measuring environmental impacts and then tracing it through a supply chain by sort of piggybacking off of systems that were actually developed for some other purpose? And so I think, Christoph, you mentioned that in your case, it actually goes back to the fact that there's already traceability because of GMO concerns. And so you kind of piggyback off of that. And is there something similar happening with marine ingredients, that maybe it was more for food safety purposes or something?
Not so much with food safety per se. It was more to do with the traceability story and certification. So, for example, Marin Trust, which is the marine ingredient certification standard, basically fills the gap between, say, the Marine Stewardship Council, which is a fishery standard, and, say, the Aquaculture Stewardship Council, which is an aquaculture production standard. So they also now have a feed standard, but lining up the supply chain required this other certification, the Marin Trust one, which was initially started by the industry, the IFFO, about 15 years ago, before it's sort of been transitioned out. We developed that standard with involvement of the the production sector, the NGOs, the feed sector, civil society as well, to develop the required standards for that certification.
Thanks. I mean, I have tons of questions, so I will keep going unless somebody else asks a question, right? So, Delaney, are there any questions online?
Thanks, Koen. We have a couple more here, one for Brett. So the data shows that the way to reduce the footprint of fish feed is by increasing fish ingredients from byproducts in the feed. Would this be a problematic in the sense that would it increase the demand from wild-caught fish? There's another follow-up, but I'll start.
It doesn't necessarily increase the demand for wild-caught fish. It's only a byproduct if the fish is caught for human consumption in the first place. So, and that's all quota regulated in most developed nations of the world. It's, in Europe, Americas, Australasia, even South America, it's all quota regulated now. So they're catching a defined amount of fish, which basically is then processed into byproducts. It's a finite resource. So the global production of fish meal and fish oil now is about 5 million tons of meal and 1 million tons of oil, and it's been the same way for 60 years. Hasn't gone up. There's a bit of a blip going upwards in the 90s when overfishing was happening, and then they've pulled back in the year 2000s when basically people started to regulate fishing effort. But it's been sitting around about those numbers, 5,000 tons and 1 million tons ever since the turn of the century. 25 years now, it's been year on year. There's blips up and down with El Niños and the like, but for the most part, it's very consistent supply. It's just not growing.
There's another one for Brett. I was just checking to see if there are any questions in the room. Yeah, just put your... it's a question of what livestock are fed with fish meals and oils produced by aquaculture byproducts specifically. The follow-up is are there concerns regarding the accumulation of heavy metals, other toxins if salmon byproducts are fed back to salmon, for example?
One of the regulations, I don't think it's a law, it's actually more just an industry standard, is you don't feed species within species. So even when a company processes salmon byproducts to make salmon meal, they're segregated physically and through time and space to keep them separated. Most of the salmon meal gets sold to things like sea bass and sea bream and shrimp farming. Countries like China and Vietnam, for example, are huge importers of, say, salmon oil and salmon meal from Chile. In Norway, in Europe, in Scotland, where I come from, a lot of it actually goes to pet foods. Pet food's a huge supplier, a huge user of salmon byproducts. You see all the salmon or the cat and dog food now saying grain-free. It's full of salmon byproducts. In terms of the perpetuation of heavy metals, they're not there for the very reason that most meals and oils these days are actually cleaned. The technology, heavy metals are very low in most agricultural byproducts. Anyway, they're lower than wild catch products, typically, largely because most feeds are now mostly grain-based, not fish-based. But a lot of the fish meals and oils, you can run the oil through an activated carbon filter, which pulls out all the PCBs and dioxins. So farmed fish are fed oil cleaner than what you get when you eat wild fish. So if you want to reduce contaminants in your seafood, eat farm fish, because it's always going to be lower than wild fish. That's just reality, because we can clean it. But even now, there's technologies where you can pull the oil out of meals, clean that, and then put the oil back. And that's also what's happening.
Thank you very much, Brett. And I'll hand it back to you, Koen.
Thanks. Actually, I wanted to turn back to Christoph because you mentioned something about mass balance. I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with that, what that means, but if you could briefly explain what that is and why you're so interested in that right now.
Like it was explained before, soy is traded as a bulk commodity and it is often mixed at different silos in different tanks, etc. That means different origins are mixed at different stages at the supply chain, and therefore this segregation is really rare. So either you have like a standard that really demands it from a collector to have like a separate silo only for certified soy, etc. And if you don't have that, then it's just mixed, and that means you have soy with different carbon footprint. Different carbon footprints mixed in a silo, etc.
So Abby, maybe turn to you. You mentioned that you use aggregate data to calculate the carbon footprint for the entire sector, but what kind of data is that then actually? Where does that data come from and who does those calculations? How does it?
It's magic. So Blanc with their agri-footprint database uses, I know, a lot of USDA data. USDA has quite a lot of data that's in there. Literature reviews. So they've done, as we were working on looking at transportation, I know that came from literature reviews. People smarter than me pull that data together. Show the truth there. And then agri-footprint is the base data within GFLI that we've been using for the aggregate US data.
So yesterday we had really lively conversation with many of the people in the room, and for some reason they're very shy today. So I just want to invite all of you, don't be shy. You now know how to raise the flag if you have a question. So thank you, Pim. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Christoph, but I'm not sure if you should answer that question. Maybe GFI should answer that question. You showed the branded data and then you aggregated that to country level, right? And that's the value that you communicate. I was wondering if there are any rules about how many farms should be included in there to use branded data and get there an aggregated data, if there are rules for that. And second, how or are there rules to validate that primary data that you're using?
I can say I think there are rules. I have something in my head like the square root of total farms, I think. But I would be happy to GFLI to elaborate on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's indeed the case. I think in the methodology, there's quite some work to be done, how indeed the square root is for a sample size. And I think what you also mean is how regionalized maybe branded data can be. So what we see is that within the discussions that we have with people that most want to have an average for their product, because technically with branded data, you can also go more granular and say like, oh, for all the facilities in this specific country or region, you could say, okay, that's then the branded data for that region. But in general, what I've heard is that people that went through it, when it comes to, for example, processing, they don't want to have competition between the countries because it's, of course, within the company. So then it's better to aggregate the figures towards the entire product line pretty much from within Europe, for example, as opposed to having it very granular, knowing which company facility it is, I guess. I hope that answers some of the questions.
Yes, thank you. And also the second question was, how is there a rule that primary data is validated? That it's really, for example, someone says, I'm using 100 megajoule.
You have to press the left. That's good. Yes, correct. So we've also had discussions with the external reviewers on this. So we have a list on the GFLI website for external reviewers. So they're all part of a partiality commission that we created as well for those reviewers to pretty much be able to have these kind of discussions. Because right now for them, it's not common within a review of ISO, for example, to actually go into invoices and read like, okay, Donau Soy has provided 5 invoices for energy use, for example. This is validated. So that's not happening at the moment, but it's something that we've discussed more frequently. And I think that's how, when you deal with more primary data, I guess you also have to continuously think about these processes, whether we should actually request invoices and other proof of evidence that the figure that is being used for energy use or fuel actually has proof on that. Thank you.
Right, so maybe Delaney, do we have any further questions online there? So what I might do maybe is ask all three presenters to reflect a bit on how you see things evolving in the next 5 years or so. So we've seen a lot of changes in the last 5 to 10 years. I think all of you were talking about that. How do you see this moving forward? So Christoph, you mentioned that because of changes in regulations in Europe, that there seems to be a bit of a slowdown. Is that temporary? Do you see that at some point will pick up again? Also for the other speakers, do you see in the markets in which your industries are active, do you see that continuing to grow? Do you see it maybe also widening? Because Abby, you mentioned carbon footprints mainly. Do you see it broadening to other kinds of environmental impacts? How do you see the future for these things?
Yeah, I think it will definitely come back. If I am in contact with our partner organizations, many companies are very motivated to actually work on these sustainability requirements, to calculate their carbon footprint. Just at the moment, they are not quite sure how to do it. So they are waiting a bit, but I can see that they're very motivated. And I think it will also go on into the other categories of LCA, like the water footprint, etc. I think in some countries, you can already see that companies go beyond the carbon part of the LCA to look into their products, because they know if they want to go on producing in the next 20, 30, 50 years, they need to stay within the planetary boundaries. So I think many companies know that and are motivated to work on that.
Yeah, I do. I think we'll continue to see interest in having more data, understanding it, as like I said, it's a spectrum of what companies are looking for as more get engaged in the topic, are setting their own goals, or really trying to meet supply or companies' needs of who they're selling to. So I think we'll continue to see interest in it. I think specific, for the US, we'll probably be getting more into better data, more up-to-date, better calculations, or I should say just more up-to-date data. And then, as Christoph mentioned, probably looking beyond just those CO2, but really looking at the full LCA and seeing impact there. As farmers are making efforts and water and those types of things, they're just not something that we're truly capturing or reporting on in a very visible manner.
Okay, I guess with the marine ingredients sector, there's a lot of interest in the sector and going down this path, largely because there's a very strong pull from the market for it. Internally within those companies, they're probably here or there whether they actually want to know their own carbon footprints. They need it for CSRD. Even in the Latin American countries, they're doing something similar to CSRD these days. We're working closely with groups like the Norwegian Seafood Federation to develop some online tools to actually allow producers to start looking at their own footprints. But there's also a lot of pressure to go down the path towards branded data and primary data-based assessments, because the market wants that. And the market, the aquaculture market, which is the main market we deal with, is a bit different to terrestrial animal production. And it's nearly all the production is concentrated within about 4 or 5 companies within Europe, and even globally, it's probably no more than about a dozen. That's very different to the way pigs and poultry work. So it's those companies who are the ones really driving that need for that data, because they're actually collecting data from the soy concentrates, marine ingredients, everything, to then work out, well, what can they do to actually meet certain objectives in certain target markets. And that's just going to ratchet up more and more. We're now seeing them starting to get in that path for all 16 indicators in the recipe midpoint H, but also even ask for new ones like biodiversity indicators as well.
So continued growth in measuring environmental footprints and poultry. Great. Well, Abby, Brett, and Christoph. Oh, sorry, I see there's a question. Pedro, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, very short intervention related to the interest of the industry and sustainability is not only because we're really in. Oh, sorry, I'm Pedro Cordero from FIFAC, the president of FIFAC, is the European Feed Association. So we developed the soy sourcing guidelines 15 years ago. So we follow up every year. We have the report of 2023 and others. Right now we have verified by ITC, third-party verification body, around 25 schemes, basically based in mass balance, majority of them. So we think that the mass balance is a perfect solution to really contribute to deforestation ambition that we have in Europe. Avi, you said very well, any of the soy sourcing guidelines schemes and any verification scheme is compliant with UDR. But we just received not official information right now, but probably unfortunately the regulation has been postponed for 1 year more because of technical reasons. We are asking for the acceptance of mass balance as a 100% good solution, as you described very well. So we need to continue working not only with you, also with the European authorities to really move forward because we strongly believe in the deforestation ambition are a priority for our sector. But of course, we need to work more in detail. What is the most reliable and practical solution and pragmatical solution to achieve this goal, which is our ambition, right? So we just received the information, not officially until now, but probably in a couple of minutes we will have the official information about the postponement, unfortunately, or probably somebody's happy, somebody not. But well, at the end, it's something that we need to still work in as soon as possible to find the solution for the industry, but also for the environment, which is once again our main ambition. So thank you. Sorry for interrupting a little bit, but I think this relevant information that probably is good to know right now. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions or follow-ups on that? Also online, Delaney? All right, so maybe that's a natural point to wrap it up then. So let me thank Abby, Brett, and Christoph for their presentations and all of you for the questions. Thanks. And we'll break for lunch now. We'll be back in roughly 1 hour. So it's 1:30 Paris time. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here today to present to you a session about branded data. And my role within Nutreco is that I'm heading sustainability of trout nutrition. I have a colleague in the same position on the scratting side. So trout nutrition is our livestock specialty feed business. Scratting is our aquaculture feed business. And we also have a corporate sustainability team. And together we are all sitting in the Nutreco sustainability platform. And we closely collaborate together on sustainability topics like the ones that we are discussing today. So my session is about branded data, but if we look today, who is really driving the carbon reduction in our supply chain, in the animal source food supply chain? And definitely one of the main driving forces is coming from the retail. And many of the leading retail companies have joined, it was already mentioned earlier today, the Science Based Target Initiative. They are committed to meet the targets in the Paris Agreement. To give you an example, Albert Heijn, the leading retailer in the Netherlands, has a carbon reduction target of 45% in 2030 compared to the baseline in 2018. And also for a company like Albert Heijn, about 99% of their footprint comes from suppliers. So the only way to reduce it is to put some pressure on the suppliers or currently ask them to reduce their footprint. With the same number, and that's where the suppliers have to work on. So, for example, animal source food. If we consider the contribution to the total footprint of Albert Heijn, I've seen figures that it goes up to 48% of the total footprint. So we talk about dairy products, meat, milk products, egg products, fish products. It is quite significant. So it's quite clear that they heavily work on that side together with their suppliers. Another aspect is that they also actively engage with informing consumers about footprint of their products. An example is the eco label. You see there are more labels related to that, but eco label is something that is internationally now being harmonized. It's voluntary. Some retailers are already working with it. It's for 80% based on the footprint. The eco label, 20% I think is related to more other ESG aspects of the supplying company. And they really try to inform consumers more about the ecological footprint aspects of the products that consumers can buy in the retail. So, as a Nutreco, we have also our obligation as one of the stakeholders in the chain to reduce emissions. And if you look to our emissions, and I can imagine that most of you are already familiar with Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, briefly said, Scope 1 and 2 are the indirect and direct emissions from our own operations, and Scope 3 is heavily on our side, comes from the suppliers. So 97% of our total footprint comes actually from the ingredients that we purchase, and from the transport of those ingredients to our facilities. So we have already SBTi targets. We already joined SBTi quite early, I think in 21. And we have to reestablish the SBTi targets, resubmit it early next year. So we're also working on new targets for reductions, but then also including the FLAG and non-FLAG, emissions, which are required by SBTi. And also recently reviewed our abatement strategies again, and Scope 1 and 2. We believe we can meet the targets. Think about a target of a reduction of 40% by 2030 compared to the baseline year. The main abatement measures that we follow is green energy. So the board has decided to purchase globally green electricity, which was a big chunk of the Scope 1 and 2 reduction that we can realize. And we also have invested, the board did put some money aside for investments in more energy efficient equipment. We had some factories that were still using oil and coal, and replacement of those boilers there by more energy efficient boilers has made a big step there as well. Scope 3 is a bit more challenging, I would say. We have to reduce the land use change there, obviously. We do see a big role for suppliers to help us, the biggest role I would even say. I will come back to that. And another possibility is reformulation of our products. So these are the three main abatement measures that we can follow. Within Nutreco, we have quite a nice, I would say, a dashboard already. We can monitor in detail our Scope 1 and 2 emissions, as well as Scope 3. You see here a snapshot of part of the dashboard related to our Scope 3 emissions coming from the ingredients. And we can make easily overviews of what are the main ingredients that are contributing to our footprint, who are the main suppliers there, what is the footprint by business unit or by operating company. So it gives us a lot of insights in the composition of our footprint. And if we talk about ingredients and our product portfolio, we have a broad portfolio of feed additives and premix and concentrates and complete feeds. So we also have a really wide range of ingredients. But the most important contribution for Scope 3 comes especially from our complete feed business in Spain and North America. And definitely we have to work on that. But it's not only that, we also have some micros that are really important for the total footprint that we have to work on together with suppliers. So about reformulation, I told you already what are the opportunities. On the left-hand side, you see more energy sources in animal feed, and there are definitely reformulation opportunities, has been mentioned already by many here. The land use change part is something that we can reduce, gives quite a big opportunity there to reduce. So if you have soybean meal coming from a deforestation risk country and move, for example, to US soy, what I mentioned this morning, that's a nice reduction. But you also could go, and that's very nice actually, go to co-products, byproducts from the food or fuel industry. And there you see some examples like rapeseed meal, sunflower seed meal. They come usually with a lower footprint because of the economic allocation process. These products have a rather low economic value compared to the main product, so they also get a reasonably low footprint on that side. Poultry meal, processed animal protein is another example of a nice alternative protein source that comes with an attractive footprint. Same story on the energy sources side. So moving from soybean meal with high land use change to, for example, porcine fat. Another category, which is also really interesting, are the former foodstuffs. So bread meal that is not sold at the end of the day to the consumers is taken back, and specialized companies make a feed ingredient out of it. So it nicely goes together. Here's a win-win situation. Moving to raw materials with an attractive low footprint also will increase the circularity of a feed. And that's also a metric that we have been working on recently in the Netherlands, and also FEVAC is heavily interested in this metric as well. And also corresponds often with human non-edible feed ingredients, which is often used also as an argument in sustainability discussions. So why primary data, branded data? You see some reasons why we believe it's really important. Related to the SBTI goals, this is certainly one of the major abatement strategies that we can follow. But of course, it's also about accuracy, transparency, and credibility. We really are engaged with suppliers to work with them on their LCA data if needed. We have LCA specialists in-house to work with them. And you can also use it for benchmarking options, but you have to be really careful with that because sometimes the methodologies are not fully aligned. So be really careful with benchmarking there. GFLI is giving actually quite a good guidance, detailed guidance there for what needs to be done to bring in branded data. And our LCA specialists also say to suppliers that have done a decent LCA job that the reports they see, they are in many, many ways also already compliant with GFLI. So if there are certain hesitations to bring it to GFLI, don't be too shy or too modest. Or if you have thresholds or other reasons not to do it, please reconsider. We definitely would like to recommend you to bring the data to the GFLI. So we have here some primary data as examples, branded data from different, let's say, examples. The first one is a soy protein concentrate with high land use change. It's secondary data from a deforestation risk country. It has a value of 7 kilo per kilogram product. You can bring it down to 1. In this example, it's a non-GMO soy supplied in a segregated supply chain where the producer has done decent LCA work, bringing in primary data. And you see the difference. The difference can be huge then. On the second example, it's lysine. The secondary data come from Chinese, let's say China, a secondary country where lysine HCl is produced. Branded data bring it down from A to about a bit more than 2. And another example is vitamin E, important, of course, premix ingredient. Also there, the branded primary data can halve the footprint. So it's an enormous difference. And therefore, you can imagine that in our Scope 3 abatement strategy, this is going to be pretty important. Maybe one note to mention is that if you work with SBTI, if you have branded data coming in from a supplier and you were already using that ingredient in the baseline year and thereafter, the thing you have to do is that you have to correct your baseline data. So going just from secondary to primary data without a real greenhouse gas reduction behind it is not permitted by the SBTI. So keep that in mind. Here you see IntelliBond, the first trace element specialty to enter the GFLI database. As I said, for all those reasons that I just mentioned, we thought it would be really good to have the primary data there. It's also really nice that it is a recycled product in a way. The sources for copper and zinc come from recycling. From copper, they come from printing plates. And from zinc, it's from rest products from the metal industry. And to load that with more sustainability information, we thought we need also to introduce, let's say, the carbon footprint data. And we followed the GFLI procedure. We submitted the branded data there, and you see here the footprint information, which is firm specific, it's product specific. And it's not about, if you look to the footprint value of feed, for example, the contribution of it as being a micro ingredient to the footprint of feed is, of course, relatively low, but it has a high functional value. So we have, of course, seen benefits on animal performance and health. And what we do then is also that we make a meta-analysis of the average improvement of the product in health and performance of animals that can be used as input in the farm assessment of the footprint. And then you can calculate what the impact is of the feed additive on the footprint of the animal source food product at the end. And then you see really nice, significant effects. Talking about the footprint, some previous speakers already have shown it. Here you see the footprint of milk, eggs, broiler chickens, and swine. And the contribution from the different components, where the green part is the contribution from feed. So feed non-land use change, feed land use change. And milk has milk including silage, it's about 40%, but other animal products, they go over 80%. Eggs and broiler chickens, more than 80%. Swine, indeed, was also mentioned earlier today, it's about 60%. So the animal nutrition companies, they have a big responsibility here to enable customers to reduce their footprint. And that's also what we are doing. So on one side, as a company, we are working on our own footprint, of course, and also having complete feed business in Scratting or in Spain. If we reduce the footprint of our feeds, that will also help very much our customers to reduce their footprint. But at the same time, we also have services to enable our customers with making abatement strategies. So we have formulation services, feed formulation services. We have animal models to simulate what the impact of different feed program changes or feed composition changes are, see what the impact is on the footprint. And we have specialties to improve the performance and health. So an abatement strategy, it depends always on the baseline where you come from. If you talk about it with customers, this is just an example. So we could take out land use change. We could move more towards circular ingredients, reformulation. Maybe good to mention that it's not easy. It usually comes also with economic impact, with increasing costs. If you introduce, for example, a formulation on the basis of CO2 max. So you need really to find the sweet spot here in general on where you can find your footprint reduction at an economic feasible in an economic feasible way. Other, of course, primary data I've edited here. It's only 5%, which I think is a very modest estimation. I think it might be more the coming 5 years if we really move forward. Feed program optimization. Think about, you have in a layer period multiple feeds. You can choose to feed more of a specific feed and less of another feed. Certainly there are some possibilities there to shift a bit with the feed program. And then the most important, I think, for the farmer's profitability is really working with the farmer on health and efficiency. And we have, of course, specialties on that side, but another interesting abatement measure is to go with layers from 80 to 100 weeks of lay, because you have a relative lower impact, footprint impact of the rearing pullets if you extend the laying period. You see there an example of white eggs, because white eggs already have, hence laying white eggs, they have a lower feed efficiency already than the brown eggs. You see now, for example, in Albert Heijn, that they are shifting from brown eggs to white eggs. If you go to visit them and buy some eggs, you clearly see the shift there. That's part of their carbon reduction strategy. So for farmers, it's not easy because I only spoke about carbon footprint, but they have to deal with many sustainability measures. It's quite complex, and it's a multi-objective optimization process that they have to go through. Because farmers, for example, in the Netherlands, they also have to meet the nitrogen emission, let's say, targets. It's about taking care of soil quality, water quality, air quality, biodiversity. So there's multiple targets that have to be met. And it's really the art of making it simple and profitable for the farmer. And what I just explained, is that we really try to find a win-win between improving sustainability, meeting sustainability targets, but at the same time finding the sweet spot with economy. So finally, to conclude, I mentioned for us this is absolutely critical to meet our Scope 3 targets as Nutreco. I think carbon footprint there, of course, will have a major contribution of the branded data, the primary data. I think it's also definitely going to be a license to supply. Don't wait, act now already. It really needs action at the moment as we speak. We also noticed that in the market, work on primary branded data and share, and really we are very open to partnerships to work together on meeting our and yours reduction targets. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Koen, for this amazing insight in the strategy of Nutreco on reducing of their greenhouse gases and their carbon footprint. I would definitely want to ask a lot of questions, but we're going to save them for later. We're going to jump directly to Imke, maybe a different starting point of the value chain from your company's perspective, but still quite interesting to see how you envision it. Here's the controller, and love to hear you story about reducing carbon footprint.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I'm Imke. I did not prepare extra slides on my company, but I think it's still worth to mention a couple of words on KWS for those who are not aware of the company. So we are a global player in the seed industry. So we sell seeds for a broad portfolio like sugar beet, corn, all kinds of cereals, and also in veggies. So we had sales of 1.9 billion last year, and we employ about 5,000 employees globally, just as some background. And yeah, with seeds, we are basically the very beginning of all value chains here. Yeah. On my presentation or on our use case on the branded data, as it's branded here, emission reduction value chain solutions from KWS. So we really had a look at how we can make an influence on pork production specifically, and also having a look at other use cases at the moment. So why does a company like KWS consider emissions in farming? At the moment, farmers also in Germany do not have to report their emissions. However, farmers are indirectly impacted by all these requirements, like these emission reporting on for bigger companies. So we discussed it a couple of times here already. We have banks that tie financing conditions to sustainability efforts. For instance, farmers who are having an emission report on site get favorable interest rates. We see that food retail is putting a lot of pressure for advertisement reasons, and this pressure goes back then down the value chain. We see a very explicit case in Denmark where they did now introduce a tax on carbon emissions, which is basically affecting livestock farmers. And also what we see is this still ongoing discussion, as usual, on EU level, on a so-called EU carbon credit framework. That is actually to be started by 2028. However, still a lot of conditions still need to be discussed. However, I think that having a sound data set in place would for sure also facilitate such a framework. All right, so how did it all start at KWS? So I think this overview I don't need to explain any longer because we've seen it a couple of times that feed is obviously making a huge contribution to emissions in livestock farming. And as we start with our seeds, with also the production of feed, we were asking ourselves, how can we help reduce the emissions of feeding? And that's where we then made up our minds on our portfolio. So one very important crop from us is hybrid rye, which is a very performing variety or kind of seed or crop that is performing due to its hybridization technology that helps the yield increase. And we were able to increase the yield of hybrid rye over the last 20 years quite significantly, and also have now a huge gap between the open pollinated or conventional rye, if you will, and the hybrid rye, which is very spread in Germany. And with that, we had a look at the data of the GFLI because we want to know, so there's obviously data on emissions of certain feedstocks, but what is actually the officially stated values for rye? And we found that there's only one rye value, which was not very favorable. And we knew that with our hybrid rye, we are much better in terms of yield and also input efficiency. So what we then did is we took the official trials. So every time we want to launch a new variety, we have to go through performance tests that are run by public authorities 3 years in a row. And we took these data and did let them analyzed by Blanc. So this was our first shot to have a look at the official data and to get a kind of verification that obviously the carbon footprint of hybrid rye is much favorable in comparison to other cereals. And that's actually also the result that came out here. For the case of Germany, we could prove that we emit about 20% less of emissions with hybrid rye in comparison to other feeding cereals. And we then loaded up as a branded data on the GFLI. We were part of this pilot group. And we also get analogous results for Poland, Denmark, and Canada, which we already worked on and that are to be included in the branded data set as well. And as the usual process goes, these LCAs were also externally certified via SGS. Interesting enough, this hybrid rye is also the backbone, if you will, of our feeding concept that is very much based on rye. And we thought, okay, so we already certified the LCA on rye, so why do we not certify the entire feeding concept? And that's how we went on. And this feeding concept is called the 6R concept. So it's a very intense wording on that one. So the official description is regional renaissance of rye and rapeseed for the reduction of issues in enable farming and livestock by evaluation of ingredients. So it's about the 6 R's, which you can find obviously in this text. And why is it reevaluation? So rye was not very popular as a cereal for feeding in the past because there were always issues with the Claviceps purpurea. So it's Mutterkorn in German, but Claviceps purpurea, I don't know the English word for that. But it's a fungi which is affecting health a lot from pork, and we as a breeder found a way to reduce the risk of having this Claviceps purpurea or this fungi in the cereals, so that basically it's now a favorable feed cereal for farmers. And we also had a test that was also then covered by the Veterinary University of Hanover. And they actually found that the 6R concept based on rye and rapeseed as a regional protein source have favorable effects on the health of the animals. So we could already prove that the health effects are there. And what we then wanted to do is to also prove that we not only increase the health, but also avoid emissions. And that's how it went on. So we wanted to have a value chain where we start with our KWS hybrid rye and the 6R concept, that the pig farmer would then apply this 6R feeding concept on farm, so that the slaughterhouse then gets a pork or a swine with a lower carbon footprint, and could then go for, I don't know if he wants to, but could go for a so-called low carbon plus line. We successfully certified this feeding concept. So last year, no, it was the year before already, where we went through a certification process and got the certificate via an ISO audit. So we are officially certified according to ISO standards, and we could prove that we can save more than 100 kg of carbon per pig, which is about 20 to 30% less in comparison to other feeding concepts. And the successful pilot certification got high interest, also from, not only from farmers, but also slaughterhouses and the feed industry. So here are more details on this one. So the 6R concept usually has like a starter, a medium and finisher phase, where you subsequently can increase the share of rye, and the more rye you have in, the more you can basically save in carbon. And on the right-hand side, we have like the baseline, what we benchmarked against, so which is a kind of conventional or the usual feed ration against farms that apply the 6R concept, and the farm from the left to the right are applying the 6R concept in different intensities. But the one with the lowest carbon footprint is obviously having up to 70% of rye in the finisher phase. So here you could really see the gaps between the other feeding concepts and our 6R feeding concept. And this feeding concept and also the certification behind obviously also got some public attention. So we got some newspapers articles, but also a prize from the Prime Minister of Germany. It's a prize that's kind of funded by the Foundation of Environment, and we were one of the very few participants that got basically a prize for farming or livestock farming even. So because livestock farming is currently not the most sexy business in Germany. And so we were even lucky that we got a prize here. So what do we take with us from this one? So I also think that the topic of emissions and the avoidance will keep on driving us. I mean, we see that on a European level, there's a certain back and forth regarding the implementation and to which extent or intensity we have to avoid emissions. But I think we cannot stop these private initiatives at the moment. And at least in Germany, we just started a climate platform for livestock farmers. So it started where farmers now have to put in all their data. And from my point of view, it's about to generate a benchmark and then to benchmark farmers against, or individual farms against, this official benchmark of emissions. However, when I'm in front of farmers, I usually say that it's actually not the worst that could happen to European farmers, because due to all the regulations and so on, I think we got used to being very efficient with what we do on farms, and also what we do with, for instance, in fertilizing. So actually, the European farms are very efficient, and efficiency usually means that also we produce, in comparison, a lower carbon footprint. So potentially the sustainability and also carbon footprint could also be an advantage for European agriculture. And also, I mean, I don't want to shy away as a breeding company that obviously breeding progress plays a vital role, as we could show with the hybrid rye example. And we are working on more products and concepts to further help to reduce the emissions in value chains. And that's it. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Imke. Wonderful explanation about your business case as well. I think I might think that there are a lot of questions online, but before we go into the questions, I have a few questions myself, and I think that what I wasn't fully aware of is the fact that you both present that the impact of branded data is it's so large related to using secondary data. So knowing that within GFLI we have very strict criteria on getting branded data in the database. Do you think it's fair that we have stricter criteria for branded data, especially seeing the impact, or do you consider it as a bit of an overdone criticism? Maybe Koen to start first.
Yeah, I think in general. I think in general, I'm not sure if I mentioned it already, but if we talk about branded data that we see already from suppliers, primary data that we see from suppliers, and they deliver a decent LCA report, which is done in a good way, I would say, meeting the scientific guidelines or the guidelines that are there. They're already pretty close, of course, to what is required for the GFLI. So I don't see there, from a methodology point of view, hurdles. There may be other hesitations why they don't bring in branded data, that they are not confident that they can share confidentiality of their data with the GFLI. But that, I think, is something that is handled well by the GFLI in their approach. And it always should stay a primary data, branded data that are firm and product specific. So some suppliers might be hesitant that they also bring in data that will be beneficial for everybody in the same category, but it is firm and product specific. So I think the step towards GFLI is not as big as something.
Thank you, Koen. Imke, also from the perspective that you're at the starting point of the supply chain, is it for you as a company more easy to get to the data?
Absolutely. And so we are a very scientific driven company where we have official data. I mean, data is not our issue, obviously. So we are happy then also to make use of them in other projects. And for us, it's also very important to have a sound database and a sound methodology behind. So to make sure that we do not fall in the trap of greenwashing, and also to still adhere to our, let's say, our motto that we stick to scientific approaches.
Well, at least from GFLI perspective, I think it's great that we can facilitate that, taking into account that we should improve some other things like confidentiality and stuff like that. But maybe with our own IT structure, it might be solved. Delaney, any online questions?
Yes, we do have several. I'll try to go back and forth with the speakers. So first question to Koen. Can you elaborate on why we need to be careful with respect to benchmarking?
Yeah, I think about benchmarking, it's also about which methodology has been followed, or what are the background data exactly. It sometimes may lead comparing apple with pears, but in general, you can use it for indicative benchmarking reasons. We do that as well, of course, and we of course compare suppliers with each other if they come up with the same ingredient with different footprint data. So we absolutely use it heavily for benchmarking, I would say, and it can be a reason. It's actually we see that, as I said already, it's a license to stay in business, and like we are being a benchmark as, for example, a premix supplier to the pet food industry. They already look to our pet food premix footprint. We will use our suppliers. We compare our suppliers, and if the price between the different ingredients is not so big, and there may be other good reasons to change because of a low footprint, we may change, and that's the level playing field that we are confronted more and more with. So definitely we use it for benchmarking, but be careful methodology-wise. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Now a question for Imke. Let's see, I can't see it. Okay, it's a bit of 3 parts, but I think I can say it all at once. Was the branded data based on hybrid rye in Germany? Have you made calculations on other varieties you're developing at KWS, and do you see other breeding companies doing the same?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I start with the last one, and then so we got the info, or every time we are in exchange with other companies, so not necessarily seed companies, but others, that we are very much in the forefront. So also every time we are discussing with public authorities, so we are basically at least the first ones who did this. And regarding the second question, yes, we plan more. We start with hybrid rye, but we are working on more crops because we think that the, let's say, secondary data, especially referring then to the FAO yield data, do not meet our performances. And so for us, it's really something that we would like to underline, that performing seeds really make a difference. And so we bring in new varieties and new crops.
Thank you. Now back to Koen. In your footprint reduction example, you mentioned a 5% reduction owing to primary data. Could you explain this element in a little more detail, please?
I think it's a very modest estimate. As I said, it's a very modest estimation. I do believe that primary data definitely will bring a significant reduction in the footprint of animal source food if we go into that direction. Of course, land use change was mentioned separately, but if you looked already to the example that were given by Ms. Hering here and some other examples that we have seen also on the macro ingredients side, that can be a really significant contribution. So I would not be surprised if it's not going to be at the end in 20-35%, but even much higher. And yeah, what is an educated guess? Difficult to say. But I expect it to be higher than 5%, but I try to be modest here.
Thank you. This one might be, well, it could be for anyone, but it might also be for GFLI ourselves. The GFLI database does not currently have all the data for all raw materials. So when data does not exist in either the GFLI database or another, the GFLI methodology does not allow the use of proxies. In this case, without reliable input data, is it better not to do a branded data with GFLI? I think it's more of a methodological question, maybe. Looking.
Sort of means it's my problem. I think it's a good question. I don't think proxies for branded data is kind of a difficult topic because from my understanding, we need to be critical because if you cannot meet the requirement, then maybe you can also say, then I should go for sectoral data instead. Like if there really is no data available, then that means that the sector that part of the sector may not have enough data on this yet. And I know with feed additives, it's quite a challenge to gather for all these different types of particles the right level of data quality. But yeah, I think it's in that case, I do feel it's also the collected efforts that we should have as a sector. So that's why we as GFLI, we would really love to have more data project on a sectoral level as well, because that would mean that data can also be used for branded data when it comes to filling in gaps. So you don't have to rely on proxies in that sense.
Perfect. Thanks, Laura. I'm just looking. Is there anyone else with their... Arjen will tell me to pause if I need to. Here's another one for Koen, and it's quite long, so I'll maybe stop in the middle and then we can follow up. You touched on a bit of this already, I think, in one of your answers about procurement decisions, but we'll start with the first part. So is Nutreco able to offer a greenhouse gas footprint for all your sold products or only on request from buyers? And which type of buyers are asking for footprint data and on which products? I'll pause.
It's good now? Okay. Yeah. Really good question. Actually, we are working at the moment on footprint calculations of feed premix as well as feed additives. So it's work in progress still. We have an enormous range, I would say, of products, portfolio of products, for which we, of course, are developing, let's say, the methodologies to calculate at the end the footprint, but also the appropriate tools. For example, in Best Mix 4, there is already an opportunity to calculate the footprint of our, let's say, feed products that we are supplying. We have My Feedprint as a service, as a calculation service to customers to calculate the footprint of their feeds. For premix, we are also progressing with Best Mix 4, for example, to calculate the premix. Then you also need a good database of microingredients. We are working on that as well. We discussed it also yesterday with the GFLI. Would be nice to have it. And also for feed additives, the factories where we produce feed additives, we are working on footprint calculations of those as well. So we try to hope by the end of year, we hope to have the vast majority of our products footprint information available in Europe. And then it will be rolled out to the rest of the world. And we also get increasingly questions from other players in, let's say, players outside Europe on the footprint information. And the second part of your question, which are typically the type of customers asking for information, are the ones that are heavily themselves engaged with footprint. Like, for example, we work with feed companies in the Netherlands that already are obliged to deliver the footprint of their feeds. So they also ask us for the footprint of our products. And I mentioned already the example on the premix side of the pet food industry, big companies like Nestle and Mars and other big players that are heavily engaged also with meeting the climate targets of Paris. They also put us under pressure to deliver footprint information and come up with an abatement strategy. So we are in a kind of a due diligence with them to give some clarity what our climate change ambitions are and what we can realize.
I just want to pick up on something you mentioned, Koen, because it links to a conversation I was having with Claudia earlier. So in the feed industry, you often have a couple of companies that produce the feed ingredients, but then you often have a lot of much smaller companies that are making the actual final mix that the farmer will end up using. And so we were discussing how easy or how difficult is it for those much smaller companies if they then want to calculate the carbon footprint or the life cycle assessment of their mix to give that then to the farmers. And so what you were saying is that actually companies like Nutreco, you are actually offering software solutions to help those companies calculate that, right? Could you say a bit more about that?
We have MyFeedprint. It's a tool to calculate the footprint of feed. Actually, MyFeedprint is following the PEFCR for feed. It's ISO 14444 compliant, I would say. It is externally being verified, so it meets all those kind of criteria. There's also been approved as one of the FIT tools by the Belgian Feed Association, and also GMP Plus is willing to take it forward for further verification. So in general, these tools that and are more tools in the market, I think later on you will hear more about it. They can be very helpful for those customers to calculate the footprint of their feed. And so yes, absolutely, there are a number of tools available that can facilitate that.
Great, thank you. There's maybe a question to get to understand a little bit better kind of the fundamentals of the methodology behind branded data again. Not the whole methodology, but just specifically, why is primary branded data, is it really considered to be guaranteed to provide lower emission values than secondary literature data? So I think that's worth clarification.
Yeah, maybe I can pick this one up. The short answer is no, it doesn't necessarily have to be better in carbon footprint calculations. The only thing is that because it's more explicit, you might consider that the quality of the data might be higher, but even that is at some point in discussion because you can have really good secondary data from statistics or whatever. So it's not clear that if you do a branded data project that you have better outcome than averages. And that's also something that why we are strict on the fact that or stricter at our methodology is if you want to use from marketing perspective as well, we need to be very sure there's no greenwashing in place.
Thanks. I have a question, but if there's not any other, am I allowed to ask my own question? It's for Imke, because I was really interested in, we're at GFLI, we're always trying to understand kind of what can motivate different actors along the chain to take more notice of the impact reductions. And so I'm just curious what the reaction has been from the livestock sectors and the retail sectors that you're dealing with when you release information about the hybrid rye.
Yeah, as I indicated already, so there was high interest from basically the slaughterhouses, starting with them, but also from farmers. I think from farmers' point of view, it's usually interest. So when they see the link between emissions and cost, then they also see like, oh, okay, there's probably something in for me, apart from just number crunching. So I think that it's also always about how to sell the story. And for us as KWS, the branded data help us also with advertising our breeding progresses, because when we have, for instance, a variety in corn or in oilseed rape, which is very inefficient, then this also means that there's a real cost saving potential for farmers. And that's always so in the general receive high interest. For sure, what is still to be discussed, and that's basically a problem that has to be solved by the entire value chain or by all stakeholders along the value chain, is how to make use of it. Because slaughterhouses say, yes, that's interesting, but the feeding industry is not helping us. So there's always someone blaming another for why we don't have this information flow now.
Maybe Laura can correct me if I've missed a question online, but otherwise I have one more question, unless you have some, Arjen. Maybe for both of you, something else that's interesting whenever we're talking to potential data users is whether, to try to gauge the interest in the other impact categories. So is there, the carbon footprint obviously is the information that people are asking for, but how do you both see what's coming next, and what can everyone along the supply chain do to kind of prepare for what's going to be needed in the future?
Start? Yeah. So what I already hear from our sustainability department is that the water footprint is going to be a hot topic. So I think it's wise that the branded data and also the GFLI dataset is already capturing water data. And for sure, I think the pesticides are also always a hot topic. At the same time, I think going for carbon footprint and pesticides or not applying any pesticides at all is also showing the beautiful trade-off between organic or non-pesticide farming versus conventional farming. And I don't know how this is going to be captured in the future, but yeah, so I see these both categories as something that might be of interest in the future.
I think we did recently kind of a priority study on what are the main topics in sustainability that we should work on, and especially on taking care of for climate and environment. Number one was certainly the carbon footprint and climate change. We did an outside-in analysis as well as a kind of an inside-out analysis, asking our customer-facing salespeople, what do you think your customers find most important? But also if you combine that with regulatory demands, then certainly number two will be probably everything related to nitrogen and phosphate emission, ammonia emission, that links to eutrophication and acidification. And then indeed there may be some other topics like you were talking about, or land use as such. That's also a topic very, very much used in sustainability discussions. Especially related to the feed food competition. So these kind of sustainability topics also do matter, and we need to have an answer on that as well.
Yeah, there was one in the chat. Yeah.
Okay, well, me. So we also got one more question in the chat. And that's asking for both the speakers' perspective on the topics of, they mentioned it's quite a long text, but it's about the quality check of the primary data. How will this data be validated and monitored to be sure it reflects the real situation? And the other one is about the nutritional value of the feed ingredients, which states, how can this be incorporated into the carbon footprint or the environmental footprint of the feed ingredient for further comparisons? So.
So the first one was on the scientific approach on the branded data, or
the quality.
The data quality. I mean, as I said, with us, there was no issue. I think it's very important with these branded data to have as independent data as possible. Also having from a timing point of view, not only on one tiny area in 1 year. I think it makes sense to have representative data. I think that's the basis for it. In regards to feed ingredients, yes, I think that's a very important topic. Also, when it comes to other topics, I mean, when we compare, for instance, oat milk in comparison to milk from cows, I mean, yes, liter in terms of liters, the carbon footprint might be different, but also the nutrient content is very different. And I think that's in fact an important topic that we need to tackle. At the same time, in feed industry, I think it's clear that a feed ration is always consisting of different parts, and I think we can only compare, like, I don't know, protein sources and the carb sources with each other, but not say like I don't know, rye is better than soy per se, because they have obviously different nutritional factors.
About the quality of data, if we look to, let's say, the data supplied to us by our suppliers, then we have also quite a, I would say, a rigorous evaluation method by our LCA specialist, and they don't differ very much from what the GFLI, I would say, is using as a procedure to check the data. So they should be indeed really of high quality. And one of the metrics there is data quality rating, which of course at the end is also very important, and also GFLI is giving that information on the second, I think, primary branded data as well. So about the nutrition, I think the second question was related to nutritional value. I'm sure. Okay, yeah, of course that has to be taken into account, and I know from some animal source food suppliers that in the beginning, when they were talking about footprint calculations and standardization internationally, that they prefer to have the footprint per 100 grams of edible protein, which makes them look better maybe in some aspect. But it is important, and it's not only about human edible protein. It's also about kilocalories, which of course also a very important at the end nutrient. So yes, it is really important. I gave you the example of eggs, the footprint by eggs. Now we can take it down from, let's say, a baseline of 3 to 2, and there are already eggs produced by companies that have all of their energy use is green energy. They have almost a 100% circular diet, and they can go less than 1.5 in footprint per kilogram eggs. But if you look to the nutritional value of an egg, that's pretty good, I would say. So it's absolutely important, yeah, to have a fair comparison between plant-based proteins.
Well, thank you, Imke and Koen, for this session. I think that we're right on time for the next. And maybe just from my perspective, to summarize a bit, I think that you both have shared the value of branded data, but also the at least Koen, you said the hurdle of doing a branded data project is not that high as many might consider. And Imke, yeah, I think it's from your perspective as being as the start of the chain. Your access to data is maybe easier than others, but I think it's a good way for us to at least know more of your cases and help others getting the branded data in. And as said by the questions, it's not a certainty it's better than the average, but that's something you have to take into account. I'm going to swap places with Laura, moderator of the next session. Oh, you sit here? Okay, that's fine. I will click then. Fine. And we'll hear in the next session more about the use cases of the branded of the total data.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so welcome. We're diving straight into session 4. So we'll have 2 presentations before we have another break. So I hope you guys are still fresh to continue right away. So we'll dive into how the GFLI database is utilized by organizations. So some of the questions are like, how is data being used to provide value to their members or their users? It also shows how tools help bring the data to life and offer a more in-depth overview of how to improve processes to reduce the environmental footprints in the sector and beyond. So then I'll first introduce Dyck. He's a project coordinator of the initiative Sustainable Feed 2030 by the Dutch Feed Association Nevedi. He'll talk about what the perspective is of the National Feed Association, how they work with surveys to gather data from their members, and also the connections that they have with the stakeholders to make sure everyone agrees with the targets that are being made to reduce the environmental footprint and others. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura.
Short introduction by myself. My name is Dave van der Riet, as said over here, and it's pronounced as Dave van der Riet. My background is communication. I've been working for 10 years for Dutch product boards of livestock, meat and eggs, 10 years for the meat sector, and now since a year or 1.5 or 2 for Nevedi. Started as a strategic advisor on communications. And after a few months, they asked me to coordinate the project called as Duurzaam Diervoer 2030, Sustainable Feed 2030. But my background, as mentioned, is communication. So I always look into it with a perspective from what's the story, what's the narrative, what are the results of all those kind of things everybody is doing. And my impression of today is a whole lot of things are happening, nobody knows. And that's a pity. That's a pity. I think the public, that's an agriculture thing. All those sectors are working so hard on good results, and nobody outside has an idea that they are doing so. So that's a pity, and that's a challenge for communication. That is a first thing from my point of view. As mentioned, I will always look more to the results and the stories than to the techniques. Just don't ask me too much on methodology and stuff like that. I'll try to explain the things we're doing. I've been asked for a brief introduction on the program of Duurzaam Diervoer 2030. So I gave a brief introduction on that program with a few elements. I would like to say something about the key performance indicators, the timeline, methods, a little bit external checks, they were there, and the ambitions. It's not only the ambitions of the feed sector, but also the ambitions of the veal sector, the other sectors around. So you can never do it alone by us as a feed industry. We'll say something about the results we're already having, and we'll say something about the data. Thank you, Arjen, for clicking that. Timing is perfect. It starts with data, it ends with data. It's all about data, as the red line of today, if not the red line, the bottom line of today. Nevedi has a good history with GFLI, being a member, not a member, that was later, being some of the founding fathers of the organization. And when they could become a member, they did so immediately. I learned it was a little bit before my time, but I thought we were there from the beginning and a good supporter. A milestone is the deliverance of 200 and what is it? 22, 200? I cannot read. More than 200 data sets delivered for the database of GFLI. So we have a good relation with GFLI, and we support it, and we do it till the day on. Then using the database, at first proved it in the dairy sector, called the kringloopwijzer, used some of the GFLI data for the farmers to use this system to give their reports on how they're what they're doing on their footprint. Then it started with that protocol. So the Dutch industry could use that protocol, and from there on developed the measuring systems from that point on. But I'll switch to the program I actually asked to introduce. That's the Nevedi program, Sustainable Feed 2030. It started a few years ago with a political discussion with the parliament, with the Department of Agriculture, with the idea that the feed industry does not do enough on sustainability, on improving their footprint, etc., etc. So there were a lot of dialogues, discussions with the sector from the Hague and the politics, and how the sector was presenting themselves. So it started with a few high over goals. It has to be more sustainable. I cannot read my own thing. The reduction of the environmental footprints was on the agenda, and the idea was start with monitoring through a transparent and uniform metrics. That was the first idea, and creating targets with the markets, with sector organizations, and with the government. That were the first results of the discussion. So there were high over goals, no one could oppose, but how to do it is something else. So the second thing that the sector did is you have to define the scope in where are you responsible for and where are you not responsible for. And the awareness was there, but the responsibility was the feed ingredients consumed on animal production farms in the Netherlands, and including dry and wet byproducts, single or multi-ingredient compound feed, and excluding also some kind of things, the roughages, silages, and grass, and feed additives. So there was a scope, and it was needed. Otherwise, you can do anything, but there's no limitation. You cannot do that on your own as a feed industry. You have to work with the sectors, where the dairy, the cows, the veal, the calves, poultry, laying hens, pigs, and goats also. So that needed a lot of discussions with a lot of parties. You cannot do it alone. You can be aware of the claim to be more sustainable. You have to do it with other people, with the government, but also with the sector organizations, the farmers' organizations. Arjen, please help me out. Yeah. Okay. The next step was defining the key performance indicators. There were high over goals, as I mentioned, climate. That meant reduction on the carbon footprint. There was a high over goal on biodiversity. That meant safeguarding and encouraging deforestation and conversion-free ingredients. The third one was circularity. This optimized raw materials use by increasing the use of valorized waste streams and byproducts, and also the former foodstuffs, as earlier mentioned. And the fourth high over goal was regionality. That was more a political claim from the idea that when it comes from nearby, it must be better. The Germans think Dutch beer is the best. The French think their cheese is the best. There's also a form of food nationalism, but also the idea when it comes from close, it has a small footprint on transport, but there's more than transport that makes the figure on the whole issue. Always from the sector part of view to a few prerequisites. Human and animal safety. You can always talk about ecological goals, but also you have always to consider it has to be safe. It has to be a difficult word. Optimal digestibility for the animal. That's also always important. And it has to conform the market regulations. There were the three parts from the sector to always remember. Then we started with a bureau, a few bureaus I will call later, to make it more concrete. So they had high over goals, the themes like mitigation and biodiversity. And I already said concrete targets were made. These were all over in this scheme, but they were also made per sector. And on the left side, you see GFLI. The most important thing is, I think, the reduction of the carbon footprint as a key performance indication, but also the part of circularity, using byproducts, stuff like that, optimize that share. GFLI has good data for the part on the left side, so I mentioned this logo in this sheet. Then about the checks on the methodology, there were a few. As I said, the scheme was built by the bureau, the reputed bureau of Schuttelaar and Partners, also on the inside of Blonk, as far as I know. And then started with the zero measurement over the year of 2080. We started a few years ago, where we started the first year to collect the data was from the year of 2080. They were collected on the members of Nevedi. There are a lot of members, always say how much percent it is of the total production, quite a lot. In the first round, about 60-65% of the production Nevedi collected, so that is a good first result. And those figures that were collected were anonymized for a total figure, also done by Schuttelaar and Partners, and measured for the environment footprints for the total data based on GFLI database and metrics. So that was the check, and that was also checked. I have a card where I said it. was an independent bureau that checked the methods, that is connecting food and agri. We had Blanc Insights and we had Schuttelij and Partners. There were 3 bureaus with their expertise who were involved in the building of the whole metric. And then we had a discussion with the Department of Agriculture, and they said, well, we would like to have another check on the whole system. It has to be independent. The department asked Wageningen University to do another check. We were always busy with the first measurement, etc. But there was also another check by Wageningen University. And in the discussion we had with Wageningen and the department, we said, don't do it on the methodology, but do it on the ambitions. Look if it's relevant, if it's economically realistic, and look at the international scope. And that's what I did. And they made a report. And I cannot say a lot about it because it's in the hands of the department, and the department wants to present it to the minister. And I see someone from the ministry looking to me from watch your mouth. But we have a good feeling about the report. It's not that bad. We think the questions are answered decently, but we're waiting official signs of the ministry to communicate more about it. But it looks good on our behalf. So it goes to the parliament as well as the minister. It's a public investigation, so it has to go to the minister, and the minister has to present it at the parliament as it goes in Holland. So there was another check by Wageningen, and I would say something about one of the key performance indicators, not all of them. There were goals set by the several sectors, dairy, calves, poultry. You can see it. Hopefully you can read it. I was in the back earlier this day. I don't think you can read it over there, but we can send it later on if you want to. But overall, from the sectors we see in that first measurement, from the 0 measurement 2080 to 22, we see that there were serious reductions of the footprint of, let's say, 20 to 25%. And it was a major step towards the goals that were set by the sectors. So that is the deliverance of the data we were collecting. It's anonymized, it's calculated, it is what it is. And now we can go into a dialogue with several parties. You can analyze it several ways. You can say the goals were not that sharp. You can say we had quick wins, how we do the rest. It's open for discussion, and that's exactly the idea of the whole program. We are measuring, and the results we're presenting, let's discuss what's happening. We see the results. Is it enough? It's never enough. We go from here, but measuring is the key. And that's all we also do with the other KPIs, but I stick to one. Then we have a follow-up. What are we doing next? As we speak, we are working on the second measurement that goes over the year 2024. So we're finalizing that one. We hope the end of the year we can present them, and so we can compare 280 to 222 to 224, and we see the developments. And it started as a pilot at Nevedi, but in the meantime, they say it's important. As Koen mentioned, is your license to supply. I wrote that down. Nevedi thinks it's an important initiative. We're going to do it every 2 years, Nevedi says. So it's going to be not a pilot anymore, but policy. And every 2 years we have new figures, and we have a reason to discuss it with our stakeholders, as the government, as sector organizations, and the public outside, as I started with. At the moment, no, please go back. I'll finish with that one. A few weeks ago, we had a meeting also with the Minister of Agriculture, and we're presenting a few of those ideas. Now, at this moment, we see that the results, the 20-25%, as I mentioned, for a big deal, they were out of the market. But as Laura said, the market, I wrote some things down. Sustainability is an economic cost and not a benefit, you said. And that's true. So the The first results were from the market, but the market has limitations. If it costs more than it's delivered, then it will stop somewhere. And we see the first half that we are having now in the results is maybe a quick win, but the second half will be a hard one because of the economic reality that no one is paying for more sustainable feed or more sustainable milk or more sustainable meat. And that's a pity. But at that point, we say, as Nevedi, to our government, let's see if you can help us come with incentives to make it more attractive for farmers to use more sustainable feed. So we cannot do it on our own as a market party. So we need the government to help us, maybe with some regulations, maybe with subsidies, with incentives whatsoever. So we follow the dialogue with the government, and we will keep speaking with sector organizations from where do we go from here. So this is it will never end, I guess. And that's good, but the awareness is around. We have to be more sustainable. We have to be more circular, etc., and it's ever going on. Then there's another thing, the international developments. No, I'll stick to this one. No, that's too difficult for me. As we speak, there are a lot of things going on internationally, geographically. One of the 4 KPIs is sourcing from Europe. That is initially by sustainable ideas, but it's more important now because of geopolitical developments. Sourcing from Europe for your own food safety, for your own food production, had become more important last year, more than it was when they started with those KPIs. So that's another perspective on that KPI, and I think it's important to mention that one. So what leaves us with communicating and discussing the results. That's what we're doing now at this moment. And the other thing we're doing is digitalizing the whole system. Now we're sending Excels to our members met the question, please fill them in. And with the help of the Department of Agriculture with some subsidies, we're going to make it more digital so we can improve that system, so we can make quicker the results and analysis. I think that's from here. I had a few things written down to summary. Koen mentioned you need 8 building blocks. I haven't counted, but I think we have quite some, maybe not 8, but when I'm home, I check them for 8. But thanks for the oversight. Stefaan said it's about public claims and it's about communications. I couldn't agree more. We're doing a lot, but not telling it. And the last one, Jasper said, yeah, we are soft power as OECD. As Nevedi, we're soft power as well. We can encourage and encourage and encourage, but we cannot do more than that. So it's on our partners and our effort to make the change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Day. Yeah, I think you can skip those. Thank you. We'll go straight away towards our next speaker. So that's Irene from Nuvio Planet, previously also known as Optenics. I think she's been a founder of this tool. That's been one of the first commercial tools out there, even, I think. So yeah, let's hear about how you work towards getting LCAs out there, I guess.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Laura. And just a bit about myself. So as Laura mentioned, so I'm the co-founder of Nuvio Planet. Nuvio Planet was founded 1 month ago, which was the moment when we spun out from BASF. So formerly was called Optenics, and that's one of the LCA solutions that uses GFLI data. And today I want to talk about how we integrate GFLI data for the entire animal protein value chain. So first, let me talk a bit about Nuvio Planet, formerly Optenics, as I mentioned. So Nuvio Planet is a modular LCA software designed specifically for the animal feed and protein industry. So we have been developing the models and several versions of the platforms, some very, very well, not user-friendly, for many, many years. So at BASF, they started 15 years ago. And when I joined BASF 10 years ago, I started working on the models, refining the models. And we launched earlier this year this version of the software, which works in two versions. So we have the standalone version where the user can log in to our SaaS platform and enter their supply chain data. And then we have the fully integrated version, which is what I'm going to show you today, which can already integrate into the systems that the industry uses today. And with this modular approach, that we follow, so this is the example of the feed module. And basically our models can connect the feed part to the livestock farming and downstream processing of the products up to the retailer. So what companies and why would they want to use these solutions? So I bring like 3 use cases that we have in the value chain that use our solution. And also, well, Koen talked about my footprint, and there are other solutions in the market. But in general, who is using this solution? So we have really the upstream feed producers, mainly feed additive producers. So they are really driving sustainability from upstream. And they use it as a kind of like as a customer retention tool. So they use it to promote their feed additive products. So if they use their products, you will improve the health of the animal, you will improve the efficiency in the farm, and therefore the footprint up to the retailer can be improved. Then we have feed mills. So we have the for example, animal nutritionists that can use our solutions to calculate the LCAs of the compound feed, not only of the ingredients that come from GFLI, but also we include inbound, outbound transportation and production steps. So we are PEFCR compliant as well. And then we have really downstream users. So the so-called integrators. So they are companies that own the entire supply chain up to the feed mills. And they calculate the footprints farm by farm, product by product, to either report to SBTi or to other corporate targets, and also to give it to the retailers already. And in all these models, we have the GFLI fully integrated into our backend. This is a screenshot of our backend database, which is a graph database full of thousands and thousands of connections to build the LCA. And here we have the GFLI integrated, so the user can rename the ingredients, they select the location of the feed mill. We have automations for the emissions of the transportation that we then fill with the production steps. And then if the user can define the system boundaries, and they can select to basically connect it to the rest of the animal modules. We do not rely on any third-party LCA software. So everything is developed inside the software, and everything is developed. As I mentioned, we improved the models over the past years. We worked with auditors that certified already the feed part, and we work with our partners to see what data they have. Because if I can create a very amazing LCA model, but they don't have the data, so we see with our customers what parameters, let's say, we bring to the front end, what parameters we link with default data, tier 1, 2, 3, all these methodological approaches will depend highly, in our case, highly on what data is available for our customers. And all the models, again, they are repeatable because the process is always the same and they are consistent. And today I want to bring one specific use case for these solutions, which is the integration to other software in the value chain. For example, the feed formulation software that is used by the feed industry. And they use, so animal nutritionists, feed formulators, they can use this software sometimes daily to optimize the diets. And they optimize the diets based on nutrition and costs. And today, with our solution and others, they can also add the environmental footprint as a constraint in the optimization criteria. So no more disconnected tools, that's already available. And because at the end of the day, to do an LCA, most of the time is spent in the data collection. And most of the errors occur when you collect the data because you're in Excel's, comma, dot separator. We had many 2 tons chicken sometimes because of the comma. So yeah, many errors can happen when you collect the data manually in emails, in Excel, and so on. So this way we ensure that the data comes from the systems. So what they formulate, what they put on the label, the recipe, that's already going to our engine for the environmental impact. And this process is fully automated and fully PEFCR compliant as well. And here I brought specific screenshot. So this is the feed formulation software called BestMix. And when they optimize the recipe, they already see on the screen the environmental impact. And our software not only calculates the carbon footprint, but up to the processing step, we cover the entire LCA, so all the 16 indicators. And they can get the results on the screen for the feed part. And I also brought the example of when it's connected to the animal modules. So they can formulate their recipes. They can also enter the data for the farm and processing step, and they can see the footprint at the carcass weight, so at the pork meat level. They can see the footprint on the screen, and they have, so we are like a feature, right, for this software. And you see this Nuvio Planet button there, so they can jump to our software. So it will be a direct login to our software, and they can see our interpretation tools, our charts, and have a deep dive on the environmental footprint if they want. So just starting to wrap up. I was rushing a bit. So what's our view? So at the end, Europe in many countries, they have this idyllic carbon neutral 2050 target. But in general, to get more transparency in the value chain, what we are working on and what we think is important is that there is a faster supply chain collaboration. So for us to get into the company systems, for companies to get the data from the suppliers. So I think this can be solved, or not solved, but this can be speed up with technology, and that's what we are trying to do. And then, so the main driver for sustainability is still legislation, innovation, maybe marketing as well. So to market your branded data products, to increase the customer retention. But we see that many initiatives and strategies that are made at the nutritional level, so at the feed level, that already has a huge influence in the environmental impact up to the retailer, up to what we eat. So I think that's also what we try to do, to bring these nutritional strategies, like, hey, if you improve the efficiency, at the end you're reducing the environmental impact, not only carbon, but the rest of indicators as well, and many initiatives like health-wise as well. So that's already something that can be seen with LCA solutions. And then what we also see is a shift, between the secondary databases to supplier-specific data. So I think GFLI is a great secondary database, and that's always the starting point to create the transparency, to create the hotspots, so that the companies can initiate the discussions internally, right? And then, in the case of Nutreco, right? So from the suppliers, at the end, you can decide, okay, I'm going to contact this supplier, so I'm interested in these footprints. And at the end of the day, to get full transparency, we need to get the primary data into the models. And then about what's coming next for GFLI, and in general for our tools and our models. So I think we need to look at concepts like the digital product passport. So this is currently being discussed in other industries. And basically the future is product-based. So LCA and this life cycle thinking, that's what's driving sustainability, and indicators like circularity, biodiversity. So this is something that's coming for us as well, and we need to be prepared, and we need to make the footprints digital so that we can create QR codes and whatsoever to transfer in the value chain. So to conclude, yes, I mentioned sustainability can be seen as a business driver to increase the efficiency in the value chains, to increase margins, and to increase the reputation of the brands. And LCA is no longer a niche. So we used to be the machine people doing calculating the numbers, and we didn't know where that was going. But I think now LCA, or supply chain product specific data, that's driving the sustainability transformation. And with our software, we already make it actionable, and we make it accessible and scalable for the feed industry and the entire value chain. And at the end, GFLI is the foundation. GFLI is the fuel, for our engine when we look at the feed industry. And right now it's the sector's reference feed LCA database. And I see how it has grown in the past years, and I have a lot of expectations for the upcoming years. And I hope to continue collaborating with them, of course, and we will continue using the data because it's the reference database for the sector. So I will leave it there. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Irene. Well, you finished quite early, so maybe I did already see some questions in the chat, but I did say to everyone that we're going to do that after the break. So maybe, is there someone that has a burning question right now for one of our speakers who are in the room? Or you guys are craving coffee, I see. I think they already refreshed it, so we'll take a break. We can go back to, let's be at our seats again at 3:30. So then we'll get another 2 presentations and a Q&A. So if you have any questions, write them down, and so they'll answer afterwards. Thank you. And for online, we'll be back at 3:30. So see you soon. Thank you.
And then there's also a question, how much is the consent worth? For how much do the farmer needs to give their consent? Actually, they only get like 0.02 euros per liter of milk they deliver, which is not much money, but it was enough that they actually wanted to take the calculator into a consent. And what's it called? The sustainability credit is not only for the calculator, but it's also things like other sustainability aspects and also animal welfare stuff. Yes. And also, I should have said in the last slide that we need more farmers to come in to the calculator so we can show more of the variation that actually is in the Norwegian agriculture sector. Then I have just put out an example from the calculator, that's what the data can be used for, but also why the topic of today is important. As seen in this graph, that the concentration and the production of the concentration is actually one of the main sources of emission in milk production in Norway per kilogram of fat and protein corrected milk, making up actually 18% of that emission number. So that's why it's important to have precise numbers. So in 2020, so did the feed mills and the GHG calculator agree that they wanted to make some emission numbers from their feed. So they ended on a standard based on the PEPCR guidance and the GFLI database. So if they don't have supplier-specific data meeting the PEPCR requirements, they must be used. And if they don't, GFLI is the next preferred. And if that doesn't cover, a standardized list should be operated. But now we have a problem, and that's because we're going to update these numbers, and they do not agree on this anymore. So we need to take some actions there, and I will come back to those problems very soon. I was also asked to show a little bit about how the concentrates are looking inside the calculator. This is actually directly from what the farmers and the farmer advisory team can see. So from the invoices, the concentrates comes in, and we connect them with our emission factor that was based on the numbers we made in 2020. And there are three sources they can use to make this emission number for the concentrates used on the farm, which could be then, of course, the invoices, as said, but we also have a standard value based on the other emission numbers, but they can also have some own registrations. And if they choose to do some own registrations, they choose from a list that we already have emission numbers on. So over to the problem. We have the problem with, so I had a meeting with all the feed mills, and we see that they don't want to pay the cost of GFLI. Everything costs, everything is money, but they don't want to use the database because of this. And also another problem is that it actually lacks a lot of like Norwegian-based feed ingredients. And if you see in this table, the Norwegian feed ingredients are a high percentage of the diets of the animals. So that's important to have in the calculation of the feed mills. And then if you can then put problem 1 and problem 2 together, it makes GFLI less attractive in Norway. But I think we can find a solution on it. And I think we should follow the standards we set in 2020. But what can we do to make it more relevant? Maybe the farm level tools could be a solution. Maybe we could do some connections there, because we have a lot of data, actually very, very much data that are not being used for anything other than, of course, the importance of calculating things from the farm. But it could be used to so much more. And what if we combine GFLI and the tools and a way, like Irene talked about, a generator that makes these numbers for the feed mills and making it more standardized. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking of saying. I think I was a bit fast, but
no worries. Thank you so much. It was very interesting. I think it also reflects that there are a lot of discussions going on, and sometimes GFLI is, of course, a small institute, so it's quite difficult sometimes to find the right solution for the right tool. And I think on-farm tools are one of the topics of how should we deal with that. So that's very interesting. Thank you so much for the presentation. If people already have some questions, please keep them until the end, because we're first going towards Richard. Oh, you want the clicker? Oh, sorry. I think you get an announcement slide as well. So yeah, you're from the Cool Farm Alliance, the CEO even. That's a nonprofit, and you're having a tool called the Cool Farm Tool, which is a nonprofit and globally used. Yeah, we're definitely interested to hear how Cool Farm Tool utilizes the GFLI database and what you see us moving towards, or how Cool Farm is moving towards. Go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. So the Cool Farm Alliance, we are, as Laura mentioned, a not-profit membership organisation that's been in existence since 2008. We provide a farm-level carbon calculator that also has biodiversity water metrics in it that is globally applicable. The map on the picture shows the sort of global distribution. Just over half of our user base are based in Europe, and that's largely driven by the fact that we've sort of been established in Europe for longer, but we're rapidly seeing Asia growing. I think 3 years ago, Asia was at 2%. It's now 14%, and the Americas have been about 30% for a number of years now. We've got 200 members and partners made up of major food multinationals, smaller organizations, academic institutions, NGOs, all working to use our tool to quantify environmental impact of farm, either at the product level to feed into food supply chains, or in terms of some of the NGOs about creating insights for farmer resilience with farming communities. And the chart on the right shows the sort of spread of different types of organization that we've got. Notably, we've got about 44,000 registered users of our web app. So they're completing farm assessments for multiple farms. It's not just one user, one farm. And over the years, we've completed about 230,000 farm assessments within the tool. More notably, though, for about 3 years now, we've had commercial API license that allows the Cool Farm tool to be the calculation engine in other digital platforms. We've got about 95 different digital platforms use the Cool Farm tool. In that 3 years, 18 million assessments, so farm level assessments, crop field assessments have been completed using the API versus the 230,000 that have been using the web app. So those 95 digital platforms and many of them are providing you guys with data in one form or another, or using our methodology. And so we're the sort of the base methodology that's pretty much industry adopted now. As a standard approach to help deal with that sort of methodological challenge from different data sets in different places. We have a standard globalized methodology that allows for regional, national, and farm level primary data to come in. So it gives a farm specific primary data set that can then feed through into your supply chains or into your products. The scope that we've got, we cover crops, both perennial and annual crops. We cover beef and dairy, and we also have a biodiversity module that looks at biodiversity impact. This last year, we've done a big upgrade approach. So crops, dairy, and beef and biodiversity sit in our Cool Farm tool, a version 2 methodology. We're in the process of upgrading to a version 3 methodology, which brings us up to IPCC 2019 methodologies, but also has a process-based soil carbon removals model in there, so a high-tier soil carbon removals model that works with the perennials and crops in our new Cool Farm platform. And later this year, we'll be moving the dairy and beef into version 3 as well. And biodiversity, we're looking at as a sort of future to integrate that back into version 3 as the latest version. So how does Cool Farm data flow work? So on the left of this, it's a bit hard to read, but it's sort of all the different categories of primary data that we gather from farms and the farmers input into it. Well, that will then come into the Cool Farm calculations. And it's looking at the farm data on the farm and the local context of the farm. That will then draw from weather systems and local soil grids and all that sort of data. And it's also looking for the management practices. So the cover crop practices, the tillage practices, the mechanical operation practices.
And then that runs through the Cool Farm calculations, and we use that primary data and some primary calculations that we have, but we also recognize there's data gaps in what the farm can provide and also some methodological gaps. And so we use secondary data sets to close any gaps. Notably, we also have an independent science advisory council made up of a number of research institutions, including Wageningen, Oxford, not Oxford, Cambridge, Aberdeen, Colorado State, Cornell, a few others, who maintain the scientific credibility of our methodology. So we have that piece. We then calculate up the derived data, which was returned back to the farmer for their insights and input into their farm management plans and decision-making they can make. But also with permission from the farmer, that data can then be shared to the supply chain. And a future evolution for where we're thinking of going is how can we then also provide data sets to help inform some of the initiatives that we've been exploring today and as we move forward. And specifically within this, if we actually look to the GFLI, their data set comes in as a secondary data set to inform the feed calculations that we have within Cool Farm calculation. So we have lots of calculations that go into it, of which the GFLI and the feed is just part of. So when we look at how we deal with feed within Cool Farm, we've got three approaches to how we calculate feed. So the first approach, the formatting's changed on this slide slightly, but the Cool Farm has, through the crop module, the farmer, if they're growing their own feed crops as well as the livestock, they can calculate their own feed. And then their own emission factor for their own feed can flow through into the livestock calculation. If they're importing and buying in feed, then we have essentially two approaches. One's based on dry matter intake calculations for the herd, and the other one is the sort of average feed approach for the total feed brought into the herd. Either of those, we're using them to determine the total amount of feed that is being consumed, and we'll then bench that against the GFLI dataset to give us the disaggregated greenhouse gas emissions associated with that feed. Those all then go through and form the feed emissions associated with the total herd emissions. And then we've also then got grazing, fertilizer use, enteric emissions, manure, et cetera, that make up the rest of the emissions for the cradle to gate for the herd or the dairy that's going on. So, thinking about future opportunities for feed data, I think there's been various talks about this and things I've heard today as well, sort of cover off a number of these things already. So it's great to see that, GFLI is on a front foot and thinking about sort of enhancing the data set and making it more applicable. But I think one of the possibilities is if we don't, branded data or supplier provided emission factors, if it doesn't end up in a centralized database, then one of the things we could do within the Cool Farm is to have the ability to have custom emission factors that are provided by the supplier that the farmer could enter. We do something similar with fertilizers at the moment, so we could extend that potentially to the feeds. Also, I think there's we are getting lots of demand, if you like, from some of our membership for the inclusion of new feed additives, feed amendments to come in. One of the challenges with that is having a sufficient scientific evidence base of the validity of the claims that are being made on those feed additives. Because we're a global tool, a localized research project on one or two herds in a particular country doesn't cut it. We need to have sort of meta-analysis of the efficacy of these things across different breeds, different species, different countries to be able to actually justify and warrant that it does have a meaningful effect on the footprint. I think within GFLI, expansion of the data set to include, silage straw, I think is in the pipeline now, isn't it? So scrub that one, it's coming. Greater detail on some of the other sort of vitamins and minerals and things, and it's linked to the sort of additional feed properties. So, things we also love to be able to sort of have tie into the data set, things like the dry matter values, gross energy, digestible energy, crude protein content, because that data we have to get from another source because it has implications on enteric fermentation and things like that. So again, if that could all come into your data set, that would be wonderful. What else we got? Yeah, we've talked about branded stuff. Yeah, absolutely great. I think there's a couple of benefits. One, it allows the supply chain to represent their investments in their own products or what they're buying. That's been touched on, but also it helps with farmer recognition in terms of what they're entering and having that brand piece. And same with the fertilizers, it helps them recognize exactly which one they're using. Also ID numbers, so that I think you're adding this as well. So the time sequence of changes to your database, it's easier for us to track those changes as we go. I think it's not on the slide, but people have talked about data interoperability, data flow. I think that's absolutely key. As we get to more higher tier calculation methodologies, the data requirement goes up almost exponentially. So there's a quality piece that everyone's pursuing high tier calculations, but underestimate the amount of extra data that's actually going to need. So there's a piece for automating data input, as well as then data output and flowing through the rest of the supply chain, or for government reporting for national inventories and things. A little case study. It's quite small to read. So Donau, one of our members, they've been using Cool Farm Tool for many years now, and they've been instrumental in encouraging the use of the Cool Farm Tool within the dairy industry globally. So they brought in about 25 global organizations who are all using the Cool Farm Tool for their milk supply. That gives sort of the opportunity to have that standard methodology, standard approach, regardless of where you're sourcing your milk from around the world. It does allow for benchmarking. I'll just be slightly hesitant on benchmarking, and we'll come to a slide on that in a minute because I echo some of the comments that have been made earlier on. But having a single tool, standardized tool that's sort of industry endorsed, scientifically credible, scientifically sort of reviewed, allows for understanding of the GHG footprint and the enablers that can help drive mitigation and adaptation. And so as a result of the work Donau have done with the Cool Farm Tool and their farmers, they've created a sort of a playbook of reduction that they can provide to their farmers. And they even provide incentives and support, financial incentives and support to the farmers to help them on that journey. And also, with Cool Farm, because it does enteric emissions, I think a couple of years ago, Donau went public with a methane target reduction as well from their dairy as well. And that's on the back of what they could calculate with the Cool Farm Tool on the methane emissions from the herds that are supplying them. So how do our members tend to use the data that they're pulling from? A supply chain member will deploy the Cool Farm Tool to many of their farmers. Some will deploy it to all of their farmers. Others will just do it to a subset as a representative sample. But in all cases, they get a distribution of results. There is no single number, and this is part of the challenge with having a single number in a database. It's an average of lots. And it doesn't mean that the higher emitting values are performing badly. It means in their context, they may be performing badly or they may be performing the best they possibly can. Similarly, low GHG footprints might be performing really badly or really well for the context they're in. And this is a part of the challenge with having arbitrary mean targets that need to be hit. And so what we see with our membership is, rather than trying to hit a particular number, you've got to produce at 0.8, actually shift the curve. Get everyone shifted down, get a 10%, 20%, 30% shift across the board, and then you're hitting performance. Some of these people, if they've got high emission factors, they may already be performing at their best because of the local soil conditions, the local weather conditions, but helping incentivize, helping people improve where they can and shifting the curve. What we've seen is some people will shift supply to different regions because regionals will have different emission factors, and we've seen that. But at the same time, we've seen some of our members look at different regions and not just looking at the carbon number, but decided not to switch to a lower emitting region because they know their supply is important to the local community and the local economy of where they're sourcing from. So it's one factor amongst everything. And then, so that was emissions. When we look at sequestration, this is some modeling we've done on soil carbon sequestration. So this is Monte Carlo analysis of 5,000 simulations. And this has implications for carbon credit organizations and carbon removal standards, is even when someone says we've sequestered, I don't know, 5,000 tons of CO2, actually, they might be emitting CO2. The variability is huge. And this is, down to the very natural variation uncertainty that occurs in all the factors that come together to determine the numbers. So, uncertainty in, the manure type, the cover crop type, the coverage of the soil practices, the weather, these all have a factor on how much sequestration might be going on. And so when anyone's talking about a particular value, you've got to factor that in. That's kind of got whiskers on either end of that, and it's not going to be that number. So you got to take a punt as to how much risk you want to associate with that number, and then you can, depending on your risk profile, you can determine what number you actually want to declare with that. Just something to factor in. And so, how does sort of Cool Farm fit in? So Cool Farm provides the quantification tools. So, we've talked today about, the role WBCSD have played, size being mentioned in terms of the FSA and providing that sort of framework, architecture, standards framework. Well, we then come in with the quantification tools that actually help you determine the numbers that sit within the frameworks. And as we've been going through this version 3 upgrade later on this year, we're getting external verification on Cool Farm methodology so that the tool will be verified. And then what's then left is the primary data that's input verification, and the quality of that has been talked about today. It is a challenge. We've put in soft validation limits into the Cool Farm tool that sort of will flag to the inputter, are you sure this is kind of like 2x or 3x, the sort of average that people have been using? But ultimately, if you're going to have quality data out, you will need to have some sort of verification process of that primary input data. At the moment within the Cool Farm, we have a couple of members who offer verification services to do that, but it's our members who are deploying the Cool Farm tool into their supply chain it's their responsibility as part of their corporate reporting to validate that primary data that's going into Cool Farm for the calculation. And that's me. And there's a little slide. If anyone's interested, there's a QR code with our impact report that gives more case studies from our membership of what they've been up to.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, Richard, as well. All right. Well, before I give the floor to the other people, I did have some questions already, so maybe I'll just ask it because it's quite interesting to see that we have the more tool specific here and more the initiatives over here. So I was wondering for you guys, what's the value of GFLI as an international recognized database? Because you mentioned that you still would like to use the GFLI database, and from the Nevedi point of view, I think there's always been the urgency to have an international acknowledged method in the sense. Could you both speak a little bit about this?
Yeah. So the feed still has some international numbers, and we don't have the numbers. So I think it's okay. Yeah. And it's good to not make up new numbers all over the place. It's a lot of tools. It's a lot of databases. It's a lot of stuff being made. And I think it's good that we try to stick to one place. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We started our initiative on a national base. Efforts to collect a lot of data with the members of Nevedi, validated it with independent bureaus. Wageningen looked at it, so we have a good amount of data, a good quality of data, and it's important to make it broader, bring it to Europe, make it's PEF compliant, PFCR compliant, and more important, make it global, make it international. From national level to international level is very important. Like I mentioned, Nevedi delivered 220 databases, and more are needed. More is sometimes better.
Thank you. I think that's quite clear. Maybe on this side, well, for you guys also, maybe it might be interesting because, of course, we're here and there are agricultural policymakers in the room and online, I think. So I was wondering, how do you foresee the role of policy for your tools to be internationally acknowledged or to be utilized? Do you have a specific idea of how you would like to see it being positioned on a national or maybe even international level? You guys are also welcome to answer afterwards if you have some good ideas.
Yeah, thanks, Laura, for that unexpected question. So I think I speak on, representing Nuvio Planet, but I guess the Good Farm Tool as well. So we follow international standards, right? So our tools can be used globally. So standards that, everyone knows, ISO, LEAP, PFCR, and I think we also follow external certification of the tools. So in our case, for example, it's in our interest, to be part of these discussions, with policymakers, because at the end, if there is going to be a standard that says, you have to calculate the carbon footprints like this, we need to follow those standards, and we need to be part of those discussions, because we already have companies using our tools, so we can bring to the table, what data is available, what do businesses want, and to give you an example, our tool is already officially certified in Belgium to be part of. I think we are like 3 or 4 tools that can be used to calculate the footprint of the animal feed. So including GFLI plus production plus inbound, outbound transportation. So it's very important, and it's necessary that we are part of those discussions.
I would echo that. I would also sort of plead to stop spending millions of euros, pounds, dollars on building your own national tools. You're spending a lot of money. This work has been, Cool Farm's been in existence for 15 years. There's other tools that have been around for a long time. We've already kind of got it, done the answers, got the answers. It's independent. You can save a lot of money by collaborating with the existing not-for-profit organizations that are out there rather than building your own. Understand the geopolitical pressures to build your own. I think there's some cost savings to be working collaborative in the same way the industries came together to co-create pre-competitively tools like the Cool Farm tool so they could share the cost. I think the same applies actually at the government level. Encourage you to have a think about that.
Thank you.
Maybe a short answer from a national point of view. GFLI is important, and my neighbor said it earlier this day. The challenge is to make clarity in a complex reality. That's the challenge of GFLI, and maybe that's the answer on what Mr. Prophet just said.
All right, thank you so much. Let's open up the floor, unless someone wants to respond to any of the speakers on this part, but I wouldn't put anyone on the spot. So maybe we have some questions online, Delaney?
We do. Quite a few, actually. So I'll everyone be patient. I'm going to skip back and forth, not go in line, so we try to give all the speakers a chance to respond. First one to Irene. When Nuvio Planet uses GFLI and a lot of other data, how do you discriminate or prioritize between data from different sources, and how large a fraction of the data is from GFLI?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, we don't give the choice to the user to choose between databases. So we have a hierarchy. So for all macro ingredients, we use GFLI. So it's not that the user can choose GFLI or EcoInvent. So, and then what we do is that, of course, GFLI, there are some gaps. So then we try to fill those gaps with 2 other databases. But again, there is no choice. So if you choose enzymes, that's the enzymes data set that comes from EcoInvent. But the user cannot decide. So there is a clear hierarchy. And also we have the feature that the user can enter their own emission factors. So if they have their footprints, they can enter them in the system as well.
Thank you so much. Now to Malin, could you elaborate a bit on the automatic collection of input data for the GHG calculator?
Yeah. Say some more, or what? Just
maybe who the person who asked that question, maybe clarify a bit what part you'd like her to elaborate on while I ask Richard a question. Richard, what kind of data do you use to model impacts related to grazing, and from which kind of data sources? Good question.
Yeah, you're straying into technical questions now. I can't remember. We do have a grazing model. I can't tell you, unfortunately. However, I would say our methodologies are 100% publicly available and transparent. So by going onto the Cool Farm website, you can get through to the methodologies and it'll all be published there. So sorry, I can't give you something in more detail right now.
No problem. Malin, here's a different question and also a comment. Someone wrote in thanking you very much for the presentation. And I would be interested if yes, how the Norwegian climate tool is linked with the Norwegian agriculture inventory submission. Yeah, and another comment that's very interesting to hear, especially that there's a joint engagement of 15 different organizations in Norway.
Yeah, so we are having annual meetings with the national inventory system, and we always try to update our factors and methodology out when they do it. So we have a strong connection with them. And also we are now having a project looking at how to use our data into the national inventory, actually, and seeing if there are some data that we have that they could have use of. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just quickly jump in to pick up on this point on electronic invoices or the automatic collection of data, because it might be something maybe for you, Malin, it's obvious that how it works. But I do know that in many other cases, farm level tools are really puzzling. How can we make it easier for farmers to get that data into the tool, and also in a way that there's some kind of traceability and a quality check on how much animal feed, what kind of animal feed, etc., is being used. And so I think that's probably the person in the chat is probably not the only one who's curious. How exactly do you do that? So you say it is based on invoices. So do farmers put in their own invoice, or do they get it directly from the feed company? Is it something that the government is mandating? Is it something that the feed companies are doing voluntarily? Anything you could say about that?
Yes. So it's automatically connected from like the feed companies, the slaughterhouse, to an IPE to this data flow system. And it's not mandatory for the farmers to do any of this sharing or something, but we won't collect any data from the slaughterhouses or the feed mills if the farmers does not consent to it. So it's completely voluntary, but it makes the job of filling out the calculator very much easier, and you can get set up in 3 minutes and then you have your calculations. So it's really effective. And it also utilizes the data that's already there. They don't need to use like 1.5 hours finding out what was really the number I got of income for feed or anything like that. And based on what they buy of the concentrates, we then have some models putting them out to the animals and then calculating how much they have been eating and what animal group. And yeah, I'm trying not to go too deep into details there, but yeah.
I think that data automation is really going to be key as we move to the future. But a challenge with it is a lot of these sort of the data levels or the invoice levels at farm level. Now, as soon as you start talking about product level, which would, if we're going into the feed, you need some sort of mechanism to allocate that energy use or fertilizer use to the different crops that the farm's been producing. And that can't be done by invoices and data flow. So unless you've got a farm management system that's breaking it out, which again, most are not necessarily at that granular level, not some are, some aren't, you're still going to need a mechanism to actually do some proper allocations.
Great, thank you. I have a question, one question for Irene. What methods, if you could expand a bit on what methods are used in the livestock model to assess the farm emissions in Nuvio?
Yes, so for the livestock part, we use the ISO standards, of course, and then we follow the LEAP guidelines. So for ruminants, for pork and poultry supply chains, and for the milk, we follow also the PEFCR methodology. Yeah, that's all what we have.
That's already a lot. Oops. This is a question that I did try to press it. This is a question that I think several people could give their opinions about. So how can we assess progress in the environmental impact of feed formulations over time? So as different calculations are made over time and taking into account methodological updates, new GWP values, and also updates to, for example, the GFLI database.
So, well, if WP changes, then that means a re-baseline switch. So it's not really progress over time. I think, sorry, there's some background noise going on here for those who are remote. I think the other key piece is going to be, it's going to come back to the IDs and linking it back to the, particularly with branded data, showing the progression that they're able to have in their brands over time, and link it to that progress. So it's going to come back to that traceability on the data sets.
Can I just?
Oh, sorry, just to continue. So I think what, for example, what we recently implemented is that every time we have a release once a month, on the 15th, and we fix bugs, we update emission factors, we add new ingredients, and then what we recently introduced is that we don't recalculate the LCAs. We don't recalculate everything what's in the platform. So we have a timestamp. It's like, okay, this LCA was calculated in November 3rd, 2024. So the user can then keep that historical data now forever without being recalculated. So if we say, okay, we have updated now the GFLI database, it's like, okay, just create a copy of that and it will be recalculated with the new, whatever is in the updates in the system, and then they can see the differences. So that's a bit to the tracking and because what we get a lot is like, oh, why is the footprint different? It's like, okay, is it GVP? Is it GFLI? Is it something else that we updated in the meantime? Because the usage of our tools, I don't know in your case, but it can be from weekly to once a year. So then suddenly when the person goes once a year, it's like, oh, why is the footprint now suddenly so different? It's like, okay, so now we try to help the users to understand where the difference is coming from and to keep track of the historical data.
Can I follow up on both of those comments? Because I think this is really interesting. So I can understand, for example, in the Cool Farm tool, if a farmer had been using the tool for multiple years, you might have the data in the tool for the previous years, the activity data. And then, of course, if you change some kind of emission factor or a global warming potential number, you can easily use the historical numbers to do that. But then the bit that comes from animal feed, that comes from outside the tool, would you now also require GFLI, for example, to restate those historical numbers, or how would that work? Because then, or a feed company would then also need to deliver a restated historical number to fit into that?
Not necessarily within the cool farm calculation, but I would expect the GFLI database to have those historical timestamp sequences as well as the emerging new ones as well as a constant database. A bit similar to how IEA do their energy data set. You've got the values by year.
Another question, I think, for this could be for anyone with a tool. So, what is the difference between kind of the output that can be derived from a tool like Cool Farm Tool, Nuvio Planet, versus LCA software, what can be done with SEMA Pro or OpenLCA, kind of maybe at a basic level? What are the differences and what you can do with that?
All my glasses. Yeah, so at the end, I mean, well, the origins of optinics. So when I joined the BASF in 2016, we had the pork model in one of the conventional LCA software, and that was used internally, of course, because no one can understand that. I mean, we cannot offer that to another company. So we were doing it the conventional way, collecting the data and then running the LCAs internally. And then when you calculate the LCAs, at the end, you select the method. What's different now is that at the end, it's a set of mathematical equations, right? So farm performance data, so feed conversion ratio, how much the animals eat, what's the weight that goes to the slaughterhouse, back to the feed, how much feed. So at the end, all these equations, they are modeled, and we also don't give the choice today to select a method. So everything is EF 3.1 economic allocation. So we don't, in an LCA software, I think it's easier, to say like, okay, I want recipe, or my customer is asking for this specific method. We don't have that flexibility, but on the other hand, we can be faster, when we have a bug, when we have we want to add new ingredients, when we have a specific customer request, we can customize the models. And at the end, we try to build models that are globally applicable. So it's a global, it can be used in Colombia, it can be used in Thailand to produce chicken, because it's always the same. You can add the specific practices and we can add that, but we try to build these global LCA templates. But from the output perspective, in my case, we don't give the flexibility of the methods, at least. So that's maybe a limitation.
So I think from a Cool Farm perspective, I think, a lot of these tools, not to be dismissive of them, they just compound emission factors. So they just have a static emission factor. It might be regionally relevant or whatever, but it's just about adding together the emission factors associated with the sort of ingredient mix or whatever it is that you've got. It's still averages of averages. So where something like the Cool Farm tool comes in is you're calculating the emission factor for the farm that's actually supplying you, and you can consolidate that up with all of your suppliers. So it's got primary calculations that's looking at the very specific modeling that's going on for that herd or for those crops specifically, rather than just compounding, what's the wheat emission factor for this part of a particular country plus the rye emission factor. So it allows for a much more accurate number relevant to your own supply chain and what you're actually buying, rather than an LCA. An LCA will be a good indicator, and what we see with a number of people is they will start with an LCA tool product, but when they start investing in their own programs, they can't reflect that in the LCA program. So they have to then start looking at more detailed tools to actually look at their suppliers specifically.
Thank you both for the very detailed explanation. I think that was helpful. That's a question I think all four of you could answer, and anyone else who'd like to chime in as well. What could support a faster or more thorough supply chain collaboration in the sense of improving the data quality overall throughout the chain? Bigger question.
Yeah, and don't forget, someone from the audience can also respond. So if you have a good idea, please go ahead, you can even start, because I think our speakers still need to think a second.
Give it a go. I mean, there's a lot of new tools popping up which add to the confusion as to what to do, how to go. I think, Cool Farm Alliance is a not-for-profit alliance from industry stakeholders. I would always advocate that collaboration will always be more powerful than private enterprise in this. One of our members sort of said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that's very, very true. So collaboration, working together, to create the change. I think from a farmer engagement perspective, whether it's industry incentives or policy incentives, there needs to be something that's going back to the farmer to help them with this journey, because farmers want to farm. They don't want to sit there filling out questionnaires. And so anything that can help the farmer participate and make their data available can only help.
No, great. Anyone else have a thought about that? Let me just scroll down. I think there's 2 more questions here buried in the chat. Okay. Oh, here's a good practical question. It is clear that there is a significant cost involved in conducting life cycle assessments due to the costs of database licenses, software, data collection, external reviews, etc. It seems difficult to justify for some organizations, even if they are very interested in sustainability. So this is actually a question broadly to anyone, but especially anyone who has taken this leap and is investing in data collection, data use, how you came to the conclusion to go ahead and make this leap.
Maybe that's a follow-up question for another seminar. I feel like we're all a bit tired. So if there are no more questions, I think we could have a small break even before we start our next session. So then we can still have a breather. I know it's quite warm here, so you can also walk outside for a second. Don't forget your badge, otherwise you won't get in anymore. And this will also be the end for our online attendees. So we're going to have a plenary discussion after our break, but sadly enough, we wouldn't be able to find a suitable way to really make it interactive also for our online attendees. So I guess we'll have to, next time, we're going to try to find some way to do a seminar where you can actually participate physically. So we definitely hope to see you in person and we can have some good discussions. If you do have any questions about the seminar, you're always welcome to reach out to the GFLI. If you have any specific questions that weren't answered, I think most of our speakers are easily to find online, or you can also send us the questions and we'll try to redirect them if they're good enough. So many thanks for participating online, and also thank you everyone for the physical attendance. We'll have a 10 minutes break, and otherwise, see you later. Thanks online attendees. Bye-bye.